everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Let me introduce myself. I am Antonio Berlanga. I came overseas from Spain. It's a pleasure to share knowledge or way of do mediation. In this way, first of all, I will do thanks to the Prince, Bangladesh International Medical Society, of course the chairman, Mr. Bufwani, for the warm welcome, for the attention. And of course, I would thank you for coming here today and want to understand and improve your knowledge about mediation. So, today's meeting consists in two different parts, two different blocks. The first will be a theoretical part. So, one question for all of you. My English is quite different, my pronunciation like yours. So I recommend you follow the slides because you maybe miss some words. So if I have problem with you for understanding, it's sure you will have problem with my English. So again, we have two different blocks, two parts. The first part is theoretical. The first theoretical part consists in explaining what is the policy mediation. It's a new topic. It's quite important. And now it's developed in different countries all over the world, especially in Europe, but also in Latin America, and now we are starting in Asia. So we hope this model can develop also in your country. And the second part is the practical phase. In this practical part, we are going to do exercise, we are going to training, and trying to understand the best practice. So we are going to know your skill in mediation. So it's important to understand and to know the theory. This is why it is quite important. But it is more important if you do mediation, practical mediation, your knowledge, your skills, your ability to do mediation. So we are going to check your ability in mediation, in practical. Okay? So this practical is universal. We follow for all over the countries. No worries. So, we start with the presentation, please. Sorry, I don't remember. I have this. Don't worry, because it's a lot of information. We have 3 hours. We are going slowly, step by step. The first part is the introduction, and we talk about the ADR, the Alternative Dispute Resolution for the law enforcement agencies. We talk about the criminal justice and of course the restorative justice. We talk about the methodology and the policing approach. It's important to understand that this model is focused on the community policing in the problem-oriented policing. It's a new methodology for resolve problems. You can use this methodology not only for the police force, also for lawyers, also for every professional who do mediation. By the way, I want to have some information about you. You are all lawyers. We are lawyers. All of you, most lawyers, and any other work you are.
I work as a demolition worker.
With the worker.
Yes.
Okay. And anybody else? Only you? All of you and you?
I work as an international civil servant.
International civil servant. Okay, perfect. Okay. We'll try to adapt also all the practical to your knowledge. Okay. We talk about the de-escalation in the conflicts by the police, how we can manage these conflicts. Of course, the police mediation. Inside the police mediation, we have different areas or topics. One of them is the police mediation in crisis and pandemics. The police mediation with negotiation with gangs. We have police mediation express. This is different because it's a new methodology because the difference is the process we develop the mediation model. So in this kind of mediation, we will solve the problem in 24, 48 hours. In a normal procedure mediation, is 3 months. With this new methodology, we can solve the problem only 24, 48 hours. Criminal policy mediation. In Spain, we work also inside the courts, and we resolve problems, criminal case, with the penalty at least 2 years. So there are criminal case no more than 2 years. So the judge is sent to us the criminal case to the police to resolve in mediation. The criminal case more than 2 years are resolved for the professional lawyers in mediation. But less than 2 years, they go to the police officers because the judicial system is overloaded. I think it's the same here. You have a lot of work in the court. In Spain, there are more or less 1-2 years in a procedural judge. 1-2 years. Here, how many years? 1 year, 2 years. When the case starts in the judge and finalizes, how many times? It depends, but more than 1 year for sure. In mediation, you can resolve in 3 months. Sure. Another way, in Spain, we are very focused in tourists. For us, it's very important tourists. We have a specific practice for policy mediation in tourists. Spain is the second global potential in tourists. The first one is France, the second is Spain, and the third is USA. We have 100 million visitors each year. We talk about the cross-cultural policy mediation, policy mediation in religious conflicts. We talk about educational training. This topic is for all the mediators. Also, we discuss about the successful training models for emotional management and conflict in the training. And this is also new, because we are start using for the training the neuroscience. We are working with a new methodology with the university, and we are now application the neuroscience for the emotional management for the training in mediation. I told you. And for the conclusions, we will analyze together the next steps to develop mediation in your country. So this last part we are going to do and work all together. Okay? Well, some interesting information. We come from Spain, also my colleagues, Virginia Pardo. Spain is in the south of Europe. We are from Valencia. Valencia is the third most popular city in Spain. The first one is the capital, Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia. I know you will know Madrid, Barcelona for the football, maybe? Yes. Right, for the football. Valencia is famous for the Fallas Festival. I told about the Fallas Festival. The Festival of the Tomato. You know the Tomato Festival? The Tomatino, okay. We have the Tomatinos in Valencia. And by the way, the next year we'll make a conference in Spain, in Valencia, so take a note, with your information. So this is some information to give to you about Valencia. We have 800,000 inhabitants, but in the metropolitan area we are 1 million cities. We are the third most popular city in Spain, and we have one festival, it's very famous, like the Tomatines de Fallas Festival. It's a cultural heritage of UNESCO, and this is important to know because in this festival they come to visit every day 1 million persons per day. So what has been done? That's been 1 million problems. 1 million persons, 1 million problems, for sure. So we need to manage this, and the police must resolve the conflicts that 1 million people is there, plus 1 million people. So let me show you my city. first conference in Spain, Valencia.
In the Bible Mediterranean, there is a city that has it all.
No, no,
Hospital,
pero cosa de insisto del vídeo.
friendly, right, and go on.
Okay, we continue. We will start with the criminal policy under the Stability Justice. This is important to understand that the social and historical context in which we find ourselves dictates the change we face. So, this is because the social policies must adapt to the development and needs of that society. For this reason, at the beginning, we have only in the past punitive policies. So these policies were supported by the population, and what won the population? The police, the punishment for the offenders. So the model was, in these years, a punitive and penalty model. Now, however, what is different? What is happening is a mixed system or a mixed model. So, which is no match to this. Now we are trying to prevent the crime and assist to the victim, help the victim. So this is a creative model with new principle, with the principle of opportunity. It's another new concept, legal concept, and we can introduce the restorative justice and proximity justice. Now in Spain we have a mixed model. We have the police model, but also include we have the proximity justice. Let me introduce you also, because you are lawyers, how the police work, and also you will understand the way or what kind of police you have in Bangladesh. So they come for these models. And why I introduced the model for Europe and overseas? Because the model from Spain, United Kingdom, Portugal, also Italy, due to the colonization, is the model that a lot of countries in Latin America, Asia, have adopted. So we have 3 different models, and in Spain, for instance, we have the 3 models working together. So for me, it's easy when we travel a lot. This year I stay in Brazil with the military police, in Lebanon, in France, in other countries. And for me, it's easy to understand the different models because in Spain, as I was you told before, we have the 3 different models work together. The first model is the Napoleonic. The Napoleonic model comes from Napoleon Bonaparte. As you know, there is a movie now. By the way, it's a movie now, with the score, the director, Napoleon Bonaparte, I recommend you this film. This model comes from Napoleon because in the 1810, all Europe was under his control. And he was military. So the police force was military, very strong model. And this model explained to other countries like Spain, France, Italy, and also Latin America. For Italy, for instance, Chile, Argentina. We have also a national model, a police national force. In Bangladesh, you have this model, the National Police Force, one only national police force. What's the difference? This national model is not military, but is very strong, very powerful. Why this model? This model is adapted mostly for countries that want to not only defend, take care of the citizen, but also defend the country for attacks or whatever. Or countries that have been very recent, for instance, Bangladesh is 1971, no? It's a very young country. By the way, congratulations. Yeah. So, also the European countries now, a few years ago, we start with the Metropolitan Police model, that is decentralized, that is start in United Kingdom, the Metropolitan Police, and come to Spain. But the European Union want to develop this model to all Europe, the Metropolitan Police. What happens in the last 5 years in Europe? The eastern countries now return to the national police model because the government can control the power, the politician can control the police. It's different than the Israeli police. And also, they are worried about the situation with Russia, because they are fear a possible attack from Russia for Polonia, Romania, Poland, Romania. So they are now returned to the national police. And the last model is the metropolitan police, the decentralized one, that the beginning is the United Kingdom with Sir Robert Peel, like in 1829, introduced for the first time the model of community policing, but only for the British people. In 1879, so we have many years with this model, but only for the British people. The countries that were occupied, like Bangladesh, like other countries, there was a military police. Why? Because they won't control the population at the rebellions. So now we are going to start with this model with the policing. Let's move on with Bangladesh. This is the mission of the police of Bangladesh. Reduce the fear of crime and also the community policing. You believe this is true? Actually, this is true.
It's true in the paper.
It's true in the paper, I think so. It's true in the paper. I have been just for a day, I know this is in the paper. But step by step we can change this model. And I will to give you some tools to try to do this model step by step. For instance, I stay in February in Lebanon, and in Lebanon they want to introduce the community policing. And I stay in 10 days with the General Amin Kamil, who is the general of the police force, and say, General, no way. It's not possible to introduce community policing at this moment. You want to pay me for this, okay? But if I be honest, we can do that at this moment, because there is no country in Lebanon. With the political situation, with the political situation, with the cities, there is no possibility. First, we need to democratic the police in human rights. You have to introduce another factors. You need to introduce community policing, and the next step is policyization. But it's not possible to do policyization with your staff. It's no able. Now I tell you how can we do that. How can we do that? This information about Bangladesh from Interpol. So it's very trust the information. This is a report for Interpol in this year, for 2022, but just this is the resident score. So judicial system and detention, only 3 points. Only 3 points. The people don't believe, don't trust in the judicial system. You have only 3 points. Also, the people don't believe in the law enforcement. 4 points. The victims, only 3.5. And the prevention, political prevention, only 4 points. So we need to change this situation. Other ways, there are some efforts in the judicial proceeding. They are taking some efforts, as I told you, such as taking a recording, addressing the backlog. But the problem, if you want to resolve the problem, you don't need more charges. More charges is not the solution. The solution is, what are we doing here? The mediation. The mediation can resolve the overload, the problems of the court, because you can block, and a lot of cases can come to the criminal justice with the mediation. Now I will tell you some information about what is the Valencia Police Department, and we will introduce, we are created in 1870, we are more than 150 years old, so we have a lot of experience. We are 2,000 police officers, and we depend on we are metropolitan police, like the London Metropolitan Police or New York Police Department. We are metropolitan police officers, the same model, and we depend on the city concept. But when there is a war or there is a crisis, we depend on the government of the nation. Or the police force depend on the government of the nation. What is important? The law. We have a specific law for all the police force. We have a specific law for the big cities, Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, and we have a specific law for police mediation. So police mediation is regulated by law. All the police officers must be trained in mediation. It's compulsory. When the police one person wants to be police, first need to study one subject is mediation. So if you approve, you come to the academy. You stay 6 months in the academy, like a cadet, 6 months study, and you have one subject that is police mediation, also compulsory. And when you finish, you have the practice. So it's important to know that the police mediator is a professional in mediation. So all the police force that do mediation are graduates, university graduates, have at least 500 hours in mediation, 500 hours in mediation, and they are trained specific in community policing. Also, we have different work areas. We have 7 police stations. We have dispatch security. For the people who are social work, we have a special team that work together, a social work and a police officer. They work together. They work in pairs and working together in the street. So this is making the different model or concept. A police officer working together in the street, the police is undercover, and they work together and work in the street for if there is a minor, there are problems with victims, so helping people. This is the different concept. Now, there is a video in the screen. The video. This is the video that you opened before. Maybe this video is the video that you say. See, you opened before. I said this video. Maybe it's open in your screen. The video. Can you check?
Valencia is past, present, and future. A city with worldwide recognition for good reforms. It is the best city to live in the world. Among other awards, our city is 7 platinums for the European Capital of Innovation. And in this environment, it has one of the most advanced police forces in Europe. The Valencia Local Police. We are innovative and avant-garde. We respect, protect, and work for the citizens, guaranteeing their safety and well-being. We are pioneers in R&D, in the use of applications of cutting-edge technology and state-of-the-art digital tools. We are experts in handling critical situations in many different areas. Our experience has enabled us to host major events, to face difficult security challenges from an international perspective, oriented towards an advanced concept of smart and safe city. We handle and manage security and mobility with a solid base of advanced technology that incorporates digital cybersecurity and artificial intelligence solutions as the foundation of all our actions. We are specialists prepared to face and overcome any international challenge. And our city is also prepared to receive and host all kinds of situations, being a unique framework for experimentation and investigation in security matters.
how we work in Spain, or the model in the Valencia local police. Okay, starting. Next slide. So I will introduce you that the model with the policing. So look the different model between all police force and how we work. So I start with the community policing model. This model started with Robert Case in 1899, 1729, but it's important to know that this model is work only for the British people. But this is the base stone to develop all the police force, all the police model, and the introduction of the police mediation. The idea of this model is to prevent and be rude with the citizens. Try to cooperate, try to evite the repression of the military force and the policemen. This is the core, the three core ideas. So the core is preventing the crime. The other idea is win the trust and confidence of the city and support the community citizens. What is important to understand this model? Maslow, you know who is Abraham Maslow, okay? So Maslow in the pyramid say you need different needs. The first one is the physiological needs. So you need water, food, whatever. But the second one is safety. You don't have safety, you don't have nothing, you can't develop the necessary. So we are focused training police in community policing problem solving model. So we try to focus to resolve the problem of the community. This methodology came to a famous criminologist, is Hermann Goldstein, that developed a new methodology not only for the police force, also for professional, how you can solve problems. And this is the Center for Problem-Oriented Policing. This is, you have the web page, the Center for Problem-Oriented Policing is in the University of Virginia from the USA. So I really recommend you if you want to check. They have a lot of information in English and other languages on how you can deal with problems. We have an evolution in the police system. The first police model to try to change the model and start with a de-escalation of the conflict was the FLEC model. Now, in the 90s, we start with the problem-oriented policing, is the SARA model, but this oriented policing was oriented for the criminal issues. At the end of the 90s, the Canadian model was the CAPRA that improved the system and focused on the citizens. They believe that the citizens are all clients, so we need to focus and see the citizens like our clients. Now, in the USA, they have a lot of problems with the police. They are introducing again the community policing model. Also, the de-escalation of conflicts. And now we have contacts with the police of the United States to make training in police mediation. What is our community policing in Valencia, in Spain? We have worked in several areas. For instance, patrol, we have direct contact every month, every day with the schools, with the neighborhood association. The police work in the area and talk with the city. They have a lot of information about what happens in the neighborhood. We have, of course, police mediation unit. We have an antisocial behavior unit. So also we have police prevention, and we have a department for inside a perspective. In this department, we analyze the problems of the city and prevent the criminality. This is the city of Valencia. We have 7 different areas, and in each police station, we have a police mediation office. So the people can go to the police station if they have a problem, and we can use the tool of the mediation. So we have 7 police office mediation in the city of Valencia, but also we have the policy mediation online service. So the people, the young people use this system, the policy mediation model, online model. You have online system in Bangladesh? No? And with the COVID, you don't use the online with the COVID. But now you don't use the online. No, it's a pity because it's a very useful tool to develop. Also with the young people, because you want to connect to the young people, all the people, what has in your table, the phone. And the population of Bangladesh is very young. You have very young population. In Spain, you have very old people. In Spain, you have a media of 50, 45. You have a media of 29 years old, maybe. So you have a very young population. And most of the population of Bangladesh are for 15 to 29. So what they use these people? Social media. So you need to connect and link with social media. We have a specific police in the unit. We have 280 police officers, and the faction has liaison with organizations, social networks, schools, public attention, and our motto is help and protect. This is our motto. So now I want to show you, if the video works, a practical case of police mediation. How we do the police mediation. First, I will introduce the County policing, and after the general video, now it's a video of what is County policing. And now we are shown a practical case of police mediation. So I think with the video you can show better than my explanation.
What is community policing? In our democratic societies, the tasks of a police service are many and complex. The police maintain law and order, they prevent and combat crime, they protect and respect fundamental rights and freedoms, and they provide assistance and services to the public. The police cannot do all of this on their own. Effective crime prevention requires a shared commitment and ownership by police and the public. That is the premise of community policing. The OSCE, along with the United Nations, defines community-oriented policing as a strategy for encouraging the public to act as partners with the police in preventing and managing crime, as well as other aspects of security and order based on the needs of the community. Community policing is not a new invention. In 1829, Sir Robert Peel, known as the father of modern policing, established the London Metropolitan Police Force based on the idea of building and strengthening a bond of trust between communities and the police. Today, in the OSCE area, community policing has emerged alongside traditional policing methods as a key strategy for enhancing the safety of our societies. How does community policing work? Let's start with an example. In this city, youth are hanging around in the park in the evenings. People in the neighborhood do not feel safe walking through the park after dark. This problem cannot be resolved through crime response alone. What could community police officers do? They might organize a meeting where residents, municipal officials, and school representatives can look for solutions together. The municipality might arrange a place where youth can meet, set up more lights, and encourage dog owners to walk their dogs in the park. School teachers might speak about the problem with their students in the classroom. Police officers might patrol the park more visibly and frequently and build a personal relationship with the young people. In partnership with others, community policing provides increased safety for all. To achieve such partnerships, the police must be integrated into the community. They must be seen and be approachable, know the neighborhood and be known.
conflict between a citizen that have problem with a fire. You know what is, I remember, I tell you, we have fires, so the fires, maybe the people in Spain love to live in Spain. And the fires is a place to enjoy, to live, the people go there to enjoy. What happens if you live in flats in Spain, in buildings? So if you have upstairs, on the floor, on the ground floor, a fire, you are dead. Because they are 24/7 partying. All the day. Yeah, all the day. It's crazy. In Spain, it's crazy. You know it. Spain. So, if you are part of the fire, it's okay. But if you live on the first floor, you need to go out or make an agreement. So, translation in English. Yeah. This is a problem, a couple of years, and they go to the
la forma en que los vecinos, la ciudadanía, resuelven sus conflictos de mutuo acuerdo entre las partes. Aquí el punto de vista claro es que el policía es un mediador que hace el enlace y busca un entendimiento entre ellos. Finalmente, de acuerdo son ellos los que los validan. Entre los conflictos más habituales que solemos trabajar, pues básicamente son los conflictos de convivencia en sociedad de la ciudad. Como sabéis, son ruidos, molestias, malos olores, muchas veces también conflictos por uso del espacio público, parques, jardines. Entonces, los agentes mediadores que están formados especialmente en los métodos alternativos de conflictos trabajan en estas áreas en busca de un acuerdo satisfactorio de las partes. Y evitamos que la denuncia, la sanción y acabar en los juzgados.
Es una cosa que muy pocos vecinos se enteran de que existe y lo usan. A mí me funciona.
Y al final lo que les decía es que acortan mucho el tiempo que son los conflictos, evitan acudir a las vías, evitan también a su vez gastarse dinero.
Ellos han cumplido con su palabra y llevamos 7 años muy bien, con la convivencia que
Que ellos luego puedan elevar ese acuerdo a una instancia superior con toda la validez y todas las garantías.
a mí yo abogo por ella porque para mí también me funciona.
En este último año se han hecho unas 375 mediaciones, donde me gustaría destacar el alto índice de acuerdos en todas partes. Estamos hablando de más del 70% de acuerdos. Yo creo que eso dice mucho de nuestro servicio y de la eficacia que tiene.
Okay, thank you. So this is an example. His case was in court for 3 years. And the judge returned the case to the police station. And in 2 months, we resolved the case. And the case stayed 3 years in the court. 3 years. And the man is, by the way, this man they came to Spain for the guy because he's Spanish, but when he was young, came to the United States, and he was qualified for the New York Police Department, and they came to Spain for retire. And imagine you came to Spain to retire, and you have a fire down your stairs, and they go to court, they demand to the fire, and the court say 3 years, no way. Go to mediation. And in mediation, in 2 months, we resolve the problem. Just 2 months. This is the power of mediation. So you can be same in this way. Okay, next. No, wait, no. What are the pros of mediation? Mediation has various benefits, but for me the most important is quicker. It's quicker. Mediation is generally much faster. Also preserve relationships because it's a collaborative process. It's it's not a win-lose process, it's a win-win process. Of course, you have better results. Why? Because parties are more satisfied with the mediation because they are part of the resolution also. There is no winner or no loser, okay? And this is most important. This is less expensive also for the past. Mediation is less costly than litigation. So this is true, we can prove. It's less costly. Yeah? By the way, if I ask you, for you, what was the word? What is the most important? Money, love, family. What is the most important? What is the love?
Love.
Relationship.
Love.
Family.
Love is very important.
Love, family.
Family. After the love.
In Europe, it's money. It's money. Money moves the world. So mediation is a good tool. So mediation saves money. Mediation is significantly less expensive than going to the court. So we have a lot of studies that prove that. So a study has shown that mediation can be from one-third the cost of the decision-making, one-third the cost of litigation. So also community mediation and policy mediation saves money. So this is important for the politician. You need to have in your side the politician. Believe in me. I have been advisor 6 years, or a police officer, but I stayed 6 years like advisor of the mayor. Political. It was not political, but it was advisor in security policies. So it is important be on the side of the political. If you want to make a develop a program of mediation, you need 4 things. A staff well motivated, a staff well trained. Now we are doing the training. Okay, you need budget, you need money. Because if you start with project pilot, you are always project pilot, and always the same. No, you need pilot. And you need the support with the men or the woman in charge, and the most important, the politician. Sure. And you need to give the politician, you need to explain the useful tool, the mediation, but the useful tool for the population and also the useful for him or for her. I will explain. So, we make a study at the university. I also teach at the university in criminology, and we make a study about the estimation of the process of the cost in mediation, in Polish mediation. So we analyzed 3 points: the salary cost per hour of the people involved, the time. We analyzed the time used performed to each session, and the cost of the prosecution process. And we have 2 hypotheses to be tested. The hypothesis 1 was the cost of the full conventional judicial process is higher than the cost referring to the in-court mediation system. And the hypothesis 2 was the work of the police as mediator in the resolution of legal disputes before litigation is the ultimate procedure in terms of resource and investment. So this is the conclusion. This is the analysis, the conclusion, but the total cost using the police mediation is 60% lower than going to the court. So it's important to understand that the men in charge that the mediation is 60% cheaper than go to the court. Well, the next question is why a police mediation service? It's easy. The creation of mediation programs, and more specific, a police mediation, is defined by the political situation and the social situation. So we live in different worlds. Imagine our fathers 25 years ago, and you live different. Your mind, how you see the life is different. Why the police still demand acting the same as 25 years ago? Where is the problem? The problem is the police. Because the police need to adapt to the reality and with the society. This is the 3 points specific that we can carry, we can get with in the police area. Specifically, for me, the most important is impunity, equality, and trust points. And this is what I said before. What do we get from the political point of view? For the political, they can contribute for the government and political leaders a space for conflict resolution. They can create a space and actions for co-responsibility and consolidation of democracy. And what is important also for the politician, elections, votes. Elections, votes. Now you are in elections, no? 2 days ago we were demonstration, no? It was in January you have election. So it's good image, confidence for the politicians, also develop a mediation in general. So for this question, it's important to be able to make understand to the politician or to the government the importance to use the mediation at all levels. Because sometimes when you or someone explain what is important for mediation and he explains to the politician, they say, no, the making of mediation, the base of law is important? Yes, law is important. But it is important also for the politician, the power. They can get power if the people are happy, if the people use mediation. So it's important to give this information. How many times I have?
8 copies. 8 copies.
We stop at the event. So I move forward because I want to make the practice. I think it's most important to do the practice. Now let me show you. This is another example. How the mediation works also in the government. Imagine the situation. This is a real case where the citizen, a group of citizens, a neighborhood citizen, demand the city council. They go to the court and say, we have problems with the city council because we have many problems in the neighborhood, with noise, with dust or whatever. And the city council do not want it. So we demand the city council. And the judge say, okay, but you go to mediation. The neighborhood association accept go to mediation, and also the government accept go to mediation. The government go to sit down to mediation with the citizens, and they make an agreement. And this is the agreement with the Valencia City Council with the citizens. So imagine how is the mediation in Spain, the importance of the mediation. Also the government use the tool of mediation. This is agreement for the mediation. So in Spanish, but they talk about the number of acts they can do, the schedules of the timetable. Let me show something interesting, but the beginnings of mediation in Spain is interesting to know because it comes from the Muslims. It's interesting to know. We have an institution, the more advanced institution in mediation comes from the Muslims in Spain. And still in Valencia, this is the water court and still work together. 1,000 years still alive, this institution. It's the more advanced institution in mediation in the world. So I give you. And came from Al-Andalus. So, it is basically with this time when we start to use the mediation and arbitration in Spain. This is the digital mediation in Spain. We start with the mediation with the Muslim. So, there are 2 types of mediation in this area, in this epoch, in this time, for the believers and non-believers. And from this time, we have the water code. The water code court is a cultural heritage by UNESCO and comes from the Al-Andalus Caliphate. So it's a simple way, when the people have conflicts, they come to this place to resolve the conflicts by the words. They shake in the hands and make an agreement. And they still working today. I think I have a video.
El agua, preciado e insustituible bien para la agricultura que, desde los lejos tiempos de la Revolución Neolítica, allá en las culturas fluviales del Próximo Oriente, se extendió por rutas mediterráneas hasta nuestras tierras. Su domesticación por el hombre hizo posible su aprovechamiento para el cultivo en campos escasos o carentes de la misma, distribuyéndola equitativamente y con todo rigor. El agua en tierras valencianas tiene un significado especial y posibilita fértiles vergeles que, pasando por el mundo romano y, sobre todo, por el mundo islámico, llegaron hasta nuestros días. Su cultura trajo consigo una terminología, un vocabulario y la creación de unas instituciones que han perdurado a través de los tiempos como rasgo distintivo de la personalidad valenciana. El año 2009. La UNESCO incluyó al Tribunal de las Aguas, junto con el Consejo de Hombres Buenos de Murcia, en la lista representativa del patrimonio inmaterial de la humanidad, en representación de los tribunales de regantes del Mediterráneo español. Su origen se remonta a tiempos de la España musulmana, al-Ándalus, mucho antes de la conquista cristiana del siglo XIII. Con posterioridad, se mantuvieron los espacios culturales con su extensa red de acequias, manteniendo sus reglas de funcionamiento. El rey conquistador, Jaume I, garantizó que el reparto de las aguas continuara haciéndose según que antigamente se fue establir y acostumar en temps de serrans. Los fueros emitidos por su nieto, Jaume II, procuraron mantener una justicia distributiva entre los usuarios de la huerta. Siglos más tarde, este legado fue transmitido por los colonos españoles al continente africano, donde sirvió de modelo de sistema de regadío y organización social. El Tribunal de las Aguas está constituido por los síndicos representantes de las acequias y riega en el ámbito de su jurisdicción. Sus miembros son agricultores elegidos por la comunidad de regantes a la que representan. Deben ser personas respetadas por su honradez, regantes de la acequia y buenos conocedores del funcionamiento de la misma. Sus miembros tienen jurisdicción para repartir el agua, establecer los turnos de riego, gestionar la limpieza del sistema y establecer el pago de cuotas para su mantenimiento. Tienen una doble función, judicial y administrativa. El Tribunal de las Aguas asume las funciones jurisdiccionales y la Junta de Síndicos las administrativas. El tribunal se reúne todos los jueves del año en la Puerta de los Apóstoles de la Catedral de Valencia al sonar las 12 campanadas del vecino Micalet de la Seu. Sus juicios son públicos, orales y el procedimiento es gratuito, sumario y en valenciano. Los litigantes o denunciados exponen sus argumentos. Cabe la inspección ocular, la visura. Los jueces agricultores se sentencian de inmediato. Las sentencias son inapelables ante la justicia ordinaria y acatadas por su imparcialidad y por la autoridad moral de quienes la dictan. Un portador del gancho, instrumento cotidiano de los guardas de la acequia, convoca a los demandados y garantiza el orden de las sesiones.
Virginia Pardo will explain the regulation in mediation. So, but just to know, we have European Directive 2052 for all European countries. So we have the same law in mediation. So this is important. In Spain, we have the law 5/2012, and the police officer, we are all with the government in the Ministry of Justice. So the police officer, we are with the Ministry of Justice. In the web page of the Ministry of Justice of Mediation, they have the detail of the mediator. For instance, this is my regulation. But the question is, can a police officer be a mediator? The answer is yes and no. Yes and no, it depends. It depends. What is police mediation? It's the way in which people can resolve their conflicts through dialogue and with the help of a police mediator. So it repairs the damage that has been caused and solves the problem. So the working hypothesis is we use positive and accurate means like social, technical skill, such as empathy, creativity, and non-violence for the conflict transformation, then will be equally or at least potentially the same constructive. This is the definition of the police mediation. This is important to understand that in Spain we have a specific law for police mediation. So this is compulsory for us, for the police, do mediation. So we need to train in mediation. And this is important to know that the agreement that the police mediators do is equal like a judicial sentence. It's equal like a judicial sentence. So imagine the power of the mediation. This is the law of police mediation that the function of the police says that the Metropolitan Police must intervene in the management of the citizen conflicts in the framework of the police mediation, collaboration proactively in the transformation of such conflicts. What is important to know about the police mediation? Police mediation is an unforgettable title. Virginia Pardo will explain also this what it means. But this is Latin. You know, we have the effect of res judicata. This means it's the same like a judicial sentence. So when the people come to the police, they know that the agreement seen, they can go to the court and validate it because it's totally legal. It's like a judicial sentence. So imagine the power. Okay, let's move forward. This is a brochure about the police mediation, how the people can the kind of conflicts, the web page, we can do that. And let me show you some information about the mediation. We have more or less 650 mediation per year, but this is the most important. We have 87% a positive agreement. 87%, so it's a very high rate of agreements. What are the kinds of mediation? We do family mediation, but in Spain, I told you, the most important is community mediation. It's the conflict of the neighborhood, the problem. Community mediation with noise, wars, animal, public space, legal environment, but also criminal offense. We work with the court in criminal case also, but minor criminal case, less than 2 years of penalty. Also we work in fire festival problems, tourist mediation, problems with cultural or religious groups. We are very focused on this topic, and also the family mediation. But in Spain, family mediation is only when they have problem, for instance, the father or the child or the grandfather or something inside the family. No, if they have problem, the man with the wife. Because in Spain, the gender violence is forbidden do mediation. Mediation is forbidden in gender violence. In Spain, the law with the women, with the wives, for instance, if I have a problem with you, I saw you have a problem, you can demand me or your but if I have my wife and I shot her, it's a crime in Spain. So I will be arrested, for sure. So in this, for sure. Every case, mental insults, threats, whatever is a crime in Spain against woman. A wife, fiancé, or girlfriend. Wife, fiancé, or girlfriend. So in these three cases, you can do, it's not allowed to do mediation. Because the court say that the woman is protected, and in this case, it's not allowed to do mediation. So everything is, in gender violence, everything is a crime in Spain. So we are an official mediation institute in the Ministry of Justice. So in the web page, this is important for the citizen because citizens can go to the web page and see the City Council of Mediation. For instance, this is the representative for the City Council. I am the representative of the Valencia City Council in the Ministry of Justice. And all of policy mediation are in the web page. So they can see the people, the policy mediator, and the area or the specialty that they can work. For instance, this police officer can work only in the region of Valencia, and this is the specialty. This is my specialty. In my case, I can work international and all Spain, because I have a specific training. I'm international mediator, so I can mediate all over the world and also all over in Spain. Also, all of my colleagues only can do mediation in the region of Valencia. Okay, forward, this is the importance of training. In Spain, the mediation, we have a different model of training. We don't, this is not a usual training for us. We train with this kind of methodology. For instance, we use the open space technology for training the people in mediation. In this methodology, all the police officers, the first thing is they take off the rank of command, because all the ideas have the same value. So during the training, all the police officers, we are at the same level. The same to our police inspector or the law. It's the same. The importance is the idea. The idea matters. So we work in groups. So, for instance, one group wants to work about minors, crime, or whatever. I will move forward. This is the mentoring program. We have a specific mentoring program because for us it's important have the best profiles. So all the police officers are graduates, university, so they have a degree. But mostly all the police officers. So we come to the university in the last year to have the best profiles. So we have a mentoring program. If one last year student of law or criminology want to be police officer, they have a mentor, a police inspector, and we stay with him or with her to be police officer. Because we want to get the best profiles. So if you want the best police, you need the best people. You need the best people. So you need to go to the university to catch the best, to catch the best. And of course, what happens? The people want to come to the police because they are well paid. This is important. You want to have a good professional, you need to pay. You need to have a police officer with degree. We are also an institution, a European institution of mediation, not only in Spain. We are also with the European Police Report. This is, we work in some European projects on community policing, and we started a project in 2009 in a European project called Safe Land, Safe City in European countries. So the first time that we started a project was in a neighborhood very conflict. The name is Nazareth, is in the dock with drugs, prostitution, very conflict area. And we want to work in this area with the program pilot in mediation. And we have a case for this is quite important because when I started in this neighborhood, I was working, there was a neighborhood conflict, and one of them killed the other and died for this conflict. So I was shocked. Why are people, one man, kill other men for a conflict of noise? So I was in charge of this investigation, and I asked my boys, give me all the information if we went on the location, all information. And in the last 2 years, we went to this neighborhood conflict more than 7 times. So 2 years, 7 times. We don't solve the problem because they kill the other man. Something is wrong. We need to change the methodology, and we introduce the police mediation. But the question is, 15 years later, during the COVID, in the pandemic, one of the college of the police mediation called me and said, Chief, I need your help for a mediation case. Okay, what is the case? It's a conflict analysis. Well, it's very simple. What do you need, and he told me, remember the man who killed another man for a conflict with a knife? Yes, I remember, in Nazareth. Yeah. Now they want to mediate with the neighborhood. What? The men who killed another, now they want a mediation. This is for real. So we have a meeting with him, and he told me that he was very honest, very frankly, and he told me that years ago he killed another man for a neighborhood conflict, but in prison he made a course of mediation and conflict escalation in prison. And now they want to resolve the conflict another way. And we made the mediation and made the agreement. So this is the same person, how they can do the same problem the different ways. For me, this is special, and this man now is working with me. He make speaks with the young people and how to deal the problem. So I have an interview with this person. You want to see? Yeah. You have the translation.
De la atención policial dentro de los métodos adecuados de solución de conflictos. Realmente esa herramienta ha ganado una vez un mayor espacio dentro del debate doctrinal, así como su validez como herramienta dentro de la justicia restaurativa y la paz social. Aquí lo que realmente subyace en esencia es la importancia de que en un Estado social y democrático de derecho las fuerzas y cuerpos de seguridad puedan implementar otros métodos, otras herramientas alternativas para la gestión de conflictos de convivencia de ciudadanía. Recordemos que un conflicto de convivencia mal resuelto puede derivar o derivar en algunas ocasiones en pérdida de problema de salud ciudadana. Y de hecho, lo que vamos a ver hoy es ese ejemplo, el mayor de los ejemplos, como un conflicto vecinal, un conflicto por molestias, con música alta, puede derivar en un conflicto de convivencia de dos vecinos, llegando a un desorden verbal, posteriormente
one situation, kill other people, and another situation, using mediation. And for me, it's important how the system works, because he in prison. Okay, we will stop 10 minutes. Good for you. Okay? Enjoy 10 minutes. We are going to finish after the presentation and work start. This is for you. This is for you. This is the practice. So we move forward and start with the practice. This is the Fallas Festival, and this is the Police Mediation Express. We have mobile office of police mediation. So the police officers in mediation go to the spot with the office mobiles to do the mediation in the hot spot. So we make an agreement in 24-40 hours. All of these people making this very crowd fires. This is the result of the Mediation Express in Fallas Festival. Also, we have a team of mediators in the work is put inside with the police force and internal level. We have a department inside the city council for all the civil servants, not only the police officer, all the civil servants. That we are part of this conflict situation, this board member. When the civil servant has conflicts with them, we have a mediation center in the city council for the civil servant. So the mediation is at all the levels. So mediation is 100% in all the levels for the citizens, for the government, for everyone. Also, we have police mediation for complaints. When the people have problems with the police, we can also use the mediation like a tool. But the difference is, in this kind of mediation, when a police officer is part, we have independent mediators who come to make the mediation, not the police officer, because we are part of the conflict. So independent mediators come to assist the police officer. For instance, if a citizen has a problem with the police, an independent police, an independent mediator can to resolve the problem. You do not need to go to the court. We use also service circles. We work with the young people when we have problems with young people or antisocial behavior. We have a meeting with the neighborhood, the citizens, the school teachers, all together to resolve the problem. As I told you before, we use the social media a lot. We use the social media and for instance, this is our logo, he can accuse police mediation. This is the Bangladesh. We are trying now to improve the engagement. So let's move forward. There is a lot of information. Also, community policing is a useful tool for preventing crimes and terrorism. With the mediation, we have a special tool, hardware, that all the mediation are into graphics, and we can know in which part of the city, which part of the conflict, and who are the people who are doing the problems. So we make a map. We make a map, and we can just analyze the hot spot and what is the problem. So we can make the police officer go to the hot spot. So we anticipate the crime. During the pandemic, and now we have a police mediation service online. So we have 20-hour service online. This is the policy mediation. We do our service in English and Spanish because we have a lot of students. Also, for the school, we have videos, and we explain some information about crime prevention in the schools. This is the application of mediation in the app. The other people can check and can contact with the police mediator. We have a specific app and they can chat. This is an instruction for the police force during the pandemic, and it is important to know that this is in Spanish, but here, mediación policial is police mediation. One of the best tools during the pandemic was the use of the police mediation. And now for the finished rhetorical part, let me show you the next, this is for me is an advance in the neuroscience. Now we are trying, when we are selecting the personnel that we training with the neuroscience. Not only training, we select the best profiles. So, for 20 years ago, we started with neuroscience applied to the training area. Now, in the last years, we have developed this model to the police force also, for select the best profiles, for select the best mediators. We make a test, and we select 150 mediators. One group was the experimental group, so this group was trained in mediation, another group was not trained. So they made 3 different tests, psychological tests. For instance, one of these tests, we are going to do this test for texture profile. And we make also proof of neuroscience. This is the battery of tests, of psychological tests, and we evaluate the empathy, compassion, and conflict resolution. This test, we are going to do this test today. Thomas Kahneman. So, how we do that? We have a cup with electrodes, and we detect the energy that goes in the brain. So we detect, we have different sequence of image, and the police officer must say from 1 to 10 if this image is stressful or not stressful, or what. Or he must recognize the face. But they didn't know that we know if they are lying, because they know what part of the brain they are using. For instance, if they are using the prefrontal and the cortex, that means they are using the empathic area. If they are using the reptilian brain, the nuclear accumbens, that means they are more stimulus, more reactive. So they are lying, This is some of the proofs for the police, or the image, the photograph that they must select and evaluate. So the police officer, when they ask, responds the answer, it has this value, and this value transforms in colors, and we can see what part of the brain they are using. The most easy is show you the experimental phase. Can you put the video?
Video folder?
Okay, let me check.
divida en 3 fases, una que mide el tipo de capacidad empática que tiene la persona. En una segunda fase, los participantes se encargan de evaluar el tipo de expresión facial relacionada con las emociones, y en una tercera fase se les muestra a los participantes unas imágenes que tienen un contenido emocional que ellos deben valorar. Enfocados en la gestión emocional y en la resolución de conflictos. Para ello, con nuestra metodología formativa, lo que logramos es implementar estos diseños, unos programas curriculares, para que los policías adquieran las habilidades, esa gestión de conflictos, y uno de los aspectos más novedosos es la aplicación de la neurociencia dentro del ámbito policial. Esas habilidades van a mejorar la convivencia de la ciudadanía, y por otro lado, ese autocontrol y gestión emocional a nivel interno va a favorecer que estos policías reduzcan esos conflictos laborales en su entorno de trabajo, mejorando el día a día con sus compañeros y con sus mandos. Aparte de la formación inicial básica que damos a todos, hacemos unas pruebas específicas, unos test actitudinales en gestión emocional y gestión de conflictos. Pasa una segunda prueba donde vemos cómo reaccionan ante ciertos estímulos. Gracias a todo este conjunto y este modelo formativo, logramos seleccionar los mejores perfiles.
So now with this methodology, we are selecting the best profiles for mediation. So it works. So this is the result of the study, and you can see the police officer who was training in conflict resolution has the best score. This is the police officer who was training in conflict resolution, like the problem solvers. And also they have the best score in empathy. All the police officers that was training in conflict resolution has better score in cognitive empathy and also in compassion. This is the finally the facial emotion recognition, where the police officer who was training in mediation has an 96% of good result in the face emotion recognition. This is the part of the area of the brain that they are activating. So we can check that the police officer who is training in mediation, they do effectively the area of prefrontal and cortex. So finally, now we are standing with the practice, but let me know, we come from the Mediapoli. Mediapoli is the International Association of Policy Mediation and Public Policing. We are in 26 countries nowadays. For instance, Mr. Boswan is our advisors. So we have training all over the world, and this is all web-based. If you want to check or want to set or whatever, you have, this is the countries that we are working on. This is part of the advisory board, International Advisory Board, Malaysia, Kenya, Brazil, Greece, Panama, Colombia. Also in the web page, you have a lot of information about mediation, not only police mediation, alternative dispute resolution. You have publication also. And finally, you have my email. If you want to contact with me or if you want more information about the topic, please contact with me. It's Presidente, not President, with E, Spanish, Presidente. Okay? So thank you, and now we're going to start the practice. So, come on, we have only 1 hour. So, now for this exercise, we are to divide in different groups. There are groups A, B, C, D, and A. So, you are seated all this day, this week, the same place. You meet each other or no? Sure? Sure. So, I give you, for instance, we'll start. Now we're going to check, okay? It depends on the group. You are going to sit in with the same people, with the same. If you have A, in this area, A. A? No. It's not alternate. No for this one. For different people. For this time. Two more.
For your funding. For your funding.
With first we are going a dispute program and a dilemma. So Johann Galtung is a very famous author in dispute solution. Says that the atom of the conflict is dispute when two or plus person or actor pursue the same goal. So dispute person and dilemma. So one person or actor pursuing two incompatible objects. So we are training the dilemma and we are training the dispute. So in mediation we are looking for equity. Remember, no equality, equity. So sometimes 50-50 no is the good solution, maybe 60-40. Okay? This is important to understand. So this keep in mind for your test. Now for the first exercise, we don't have much time. We will start with the case study, practical exercise number 2. Dilemma. So for this exercise, please, the people sitting together, the people will have letter A sitting together, B sit together, okay? Who have the A? A. So A all together in this area. A all together, here. B all together, C all together, okay? Please change. So for this exercise, you must take in mind the following criteria. So imagine all the group, or your group, you are the government of the nation, okay? So you are the cabinet of the minister, and therefore you must seek a consensual solution. So what does that mean? All the group must agree the same solution. All the group. If you are 6, it's not valid. 5 say yes, 1 say no. It's not valid. All of 6 must agree the same solution. So you need to negotiate with each other for the best solution. As you know, you need to reach an agreement as a government, and this is exercise. You need to select what position as a government you choose. You have 2 options in this exercise. It's a hijack of a ship. This is a real case in Bangladesh. So you have only 2 solutions. A, attack to free the hostages and not pay the ransom, or B, pay the ransom. So it's easy. Okay? So you have 10 minutes to discuss the solution of your group. One more. You must also, in your group, choose a spokesperson, okay, for argue and explain the decision, okay? So in your group, you need to select a spokesperson, okay? So let's do. Come on, let's start.
direction there. Can you see the direction? যারা অংশগ্রহণ করছে তারা বিভিন্ন বই করছে।
This is the two options. A or B. Pay or no. Okay?
Behind our decision is between life versus money. We choose to protect the life of the people. We have few reasons. First of all, we understand here there are a lot of vagueness in the circumstance. We know that there are private hijackers. They're having no demand from a particular country, company, institution, or private actors that we have hijacked. So there is vagueness. And it has been lasting for 3 months. We also understand there is only one woman in the whole ship, which we think there is a point of vulnerability there. And we also understand that there was another point I'd like to quickly look here. There is a threat to kill. If we look at page 5, which is, I think, Pagina 5 in Spanish. Yeah, so there is a threat to kill. If I may quote, the wife of the engineer in the ship, she's saying that on the other day, they threatened to kill my husband because for some technical reason, the ship was not moving fast. They held a gun, I repeat, they held a gun to the back of his head and ordered him to make it go faster. So that would be the decision on our side as Group A. Thank you.
So now, your group, what is your group name? B. Okay.
As a representative of the government, Bangladesh government, we, the Group B, chose the decision to attack to free the hostages and not to pay the ransom. First of all, the important fact that has been mentioned here, that there has been no demand for ransom by the hijackers. And then, if they had any demand for the ransom or the money, they would have kept a way for the communication with the government. They didn't do this, and the Prime Minister has assured that all support. And another important point is that the vessel position has been located by the satellite. So it's a plus point or upper hand in the government side if they want to attack the hijackers. And another important thing is that if the money was their main goal or something like that, they would have communicated with the government, made their demand clear. But they did not do this, and on the way they threatened to kill the husband of that lady for some technical reasons. because the ship wasn't moving faster. So I think their demand was not the money, it was something else. Their end goal was something else, it wasn't money. That's why we decided to stick with the option A, not B.
C. So we have two groups. The same thing.
On behalf of Bangladesh government, we decided
the justifications behind our group decision. This is a majority decision of our group. We think still no ransom has been demanded from any specific group, and there is no claimant of that hijacking of the vessel. But still it has been located in Somalia, which is a very good location, very dangerous location for navigating the vessels. So there is a threat to kill people of Bangladesh, and commitment from the leaders of Bangladesh that we will do everything to save our people. It means nothing, because in Somalia they have nothing to do. Even the USA or Russia can't do anything in case of a hijacking case in Somalia. So we have decided to pay the ransom in case anyone claims the ransom. Thank you.
Hello. As we believe, by paying the ransom, we will be able to control the situation and ensure some safety of the people on board. And considering the history of Somalian attacks, we believe there's a chance that they are. This is a major source of income for the Somalian citizens. So we, in order to determine the psychological condition of the pirates, we would offer them the ransom to subside the danger of the situation. And as per Article 25 of our Constitution, we would like to promote the international peace, security and solidarity on behalf of Bangladesh.
If in a future time or later time they ask for the ransom, then we may change the decision, but still as they haven't changed,
not the decision. No change? Change or no? No?
but
For sure? For sure. I feel you.
Okay, okay.
You're okay? We agree? I can't read the face.
I know.
You are sure? Okay, you still?
I have to sit with my team, no? And I do agree with her.
You are with your team, but in fact, you are with your team, or you have another different opinion?
No,
after we can wait to a reasonable time, but after the passing or lapse of the reasonable time, we are going to implement the option A. But within the reasonable time, if they come for ransom, then we are going to pay the ransom. But after the lapse of the reasonable time, we are going to implement option A. That's my answer.
Okay.
The British Empire tried to eliminate the culture and way of life of the Bangladeshi people. And I'm going to speak on favor of the statement, which is that in the year 1859 to 60, there was an Indigo movement, which was a revolt by the farmers of Bangladesh, whereby the British, which was initiated because as the planters were forced to grow indigo under the terms that they were greatly unfavorable to the farmers. As due to the forced plantation of indigo, there was a massive movement in Bangladesh. So, which is why I said, yes, I believe in the statement of her. Thank you.
Group E. In our group views, we should say that
British Empire helped us in such a way, but they came here to rule us and for business, not living here. So, you know, we have 5,000 years of our history of culture. British Empire may have been added some new things like drinking tea. Yes, they gave some laws. In fact, they have made basic structures of our present law. We agree with it. They have made our basic structures of law, and they came here for business and they brought something here to rule, but they had ruled us, and throughout that British Empire helped us to only improve our laws. And even my previous speaker, what she said, they have created lot of problems with our farmers, with our general peoples, those who have living in general way, and they have ruled and they made the laws only for their facilities. But anyway, we thank them for improve our laws, and we have our own culture. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before I start my presentation, I'm going to tell something about myself. I'm Professor Virginia Pardo. I teach at the University of Valencia. I'm a professor at the University of Valencia. I teach procedural law, civil and criminal procedural law, and also alternative dispute resolution, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, negotiation, and also restorative justice. Mainly criminal mediation. In this training today, we are going to study restorative justice as another way of implementing justice. Before I start, I want to say thank you in first hand to BIMS, Bangladesh International Mediation Society, for inviting me to be here. It's really a pleasure. It's my first time in that beautiful country. Also to Mr. Goswami, chairman of BIMS, and of course to the audience for their attendance. That is a theoretical conference, but it's also, I want also to share our experiences about this material, this subject. Okay, my training is divided into 3 parts. In the first part, we are going to speak about the conflict. What is a conflict, and mainly what kind of different conflict we have. This part, this introduction, is really important. We will see you later, but it's really important to know what kind of conflict we have. In the second part, briefly, we are going to speak about alternative dispute resolution in civil and commercial matters. And finally, in the last part, we are going to speak about restorative justice, its origin, characteristics, benefits, etc. And I will focus on criminal mediation, because in my opinion, nowadays, criminal mediation is the essential piece of restorative justice. Okay, let's go. When we talk about restorative justice, civil and criminal process, mediation, arbitration, etc., is because we have a dispute. I don't want to speak what is the essence, the nature of a dispute, of a problem. But I can say that we have a dispute when there is a disagreement between two or several parties. And those parties want to resolve that dispute. A dispute, the disputes can be different types. We have familiar dispute, neighbor dispute, financial, educational, criminal, different disputes. But at the legal level, we group all of these disputes into two types. And this is really important to understand. Two types of conflict. First type, when rights and obligations are at the parties' disposal. Second type, when rights and obligations are not at the parties' disposal. I will explain, and I will explain why it's so important at the legal level, this classification. First type, when rights and obligations are at the parties' disposal. Most civil and commercial matters are this type. That means that rights and obligations are dispositive. A loan contract, a lease contract, etc. is an available subject, is a dispositive matter. With an example, you can see better that I mean. Think in a loan contract, a lease contract. You have a tenant and you have an owner. Imagine that the tenant don't pay the rent. For example, $2,000. Here, the owner, the landlord, have different choices, can do different things. He can demand sue for $2,000, all right? Yeah? But he can also sue demand for $1,000 and forgive the rest. Is that possible? Yes. And also can forgive the total amount. Is that possible? Yes. And why is that possible? Because this relationship between the owner and the tenant is a private relationship. No one else is inside that relationship. No one else, nobody else have an interest in that relationship. That means this student cannot sue for the rent because she doesn't have an interest. The interest is private, it's not public, it's private. The parties have the full control of that relationship. Do you understand that? Because it's really important. Second type of rights and obligation, when are not at the parties' disposal, when are not available for the parties, criminal matter are not dispositive matter. It's not dispositive matter. Let's imagine a murder or a kidnapping. A man kidnaps a child. Here we have different interests. We have a direct interest, the child interest, in being released. But we have also indirect interest. Family is interested also. His mother, his father, aunt, grandmother are also interested. And this interest is indirect, but is also an interest. Do you understand me? And there is a general interest. The whole society is interested in that man who kidnaps a child go to the prison. The whole society is interested in stop crimes. The whole society is interested in the kidnapper be prosecuted. The reason is because here interest is not public. It's not private, sorry, it's public. Here, interests are private. Here, interests are public. Whole society are interested in stopping crimes. Okay? This is important, and I will explain why it's important in the following slides. Okay. This distinction is so important because when we speak about dispositive matter, civil and commercial matter, the disputes can be resolved in different ways. We can use a process, we can use arbitration, we can use mediation, conciliation, etc. But when dispute is over non-dispositive matter, criminal matter, usually we can use only courts. Only judges can judge in criminal matter. That means we cannot use arbitration. Arbitration is not possible when we have a crime, when a crime is committed, because their interests are public. The question is, it is possible mediation, criminal mediation? Should be possible restorative justice? I will answer in the third part. But the question is, why when a crime has been committed, the imposition of a penalty is possible only by the court? Because the interests are public. Therefore, the defendant must, in any case, always must be tried, and there is not possible forgiveness. Okay, the victim can forgive, but that does not mean that trial is not possible. Forgive is possible, but consequences of that forgiveness are nothing. Do you understand me? Okay. And why is so? Because acting in this way, we prevent him, the kidnapper, the criminal person, him from continuing to commit crimes. In criminal matter, we must apply the law, principle of legality. When courts apply the law, citizens have legal certainty. And this is always really important. And this is important because when we apply when we apply principle of legality, people know how to acting. People know that if I act in a wrong way, that has consequences. The consequences are in the law. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Okay. Because my Spanish accent is so.
Like us.
Okay.
The same thing.
And this is good. The question is, this is good? Yes, this is good. It's good because it means an accomplishment of civilization. That means overcoming the law of the talion, you know. An eye for an eye, and tooth for a tooth. Please, Peter, Tony, yeah. Maybe you need to put
Throughout the
the
ages, human societies have strived to come up with a moral code for its people and institutions. An eye for an eye sounds like a simple solution. Its goal being to deliver justice. After all, what's fair is fair. But some believe that the old law of an eye for an eye leaves everyone blind. So the question is, can we apply this approach to today's society? Is it effective? And does it even work? Many people think an eye for an eye comes from the Bible, where it appears a number of times. But it dates back even further than that. The Babylonian king Hammurabi, who ruled Mesopotamia almost 4,000 years ago, used an eye for an eye as part of Hammurabi's code, a set of laws put in place so that the strong might not injure the weak. And the Romans used it too in their law of retaliation. We see it in holy books like the Hebrew Bible, the New Testament, and in the Quran. Across history, it was sometimes interpreted literally and sometimes as metaphor. Either way, everyone was aiming to determine a fair punishment in proportion to the crime. Now let's consider the concept of a bully, someone who takes advantage of others. Should an eye for an eye apply here? Should he suffer the way his victims have suffered? What if he learned that the bully became this way because he had been bullied himself? Maybe from the time he was a little kid and at the hands of an older brother. Would it matter? Should it matter? Regardless of what you believe, whether or not an eye for an eye is a fitting punishment, sometimes knowing the backstory makes you view things differently. And in matters of justice and fairness, asking questions and learning more will always help you to make informed decisions.
TCF Global, creating opportunities for a better life.
Okay. We have already seen that judge go to the court when a crime has been committed is good because with the law of the talion, only the strong person can act against the weak person. The weak person cannot act. And also we have that, yeah. And also with the law of the talion, there was a risk. The risk is that the reaction of the strong person will be disproportionate to the initial act. Therefore, it's forbidden revenge and judges judge. Now we are going to see briefly alternative dispute resolution in civil and commercial matter. We are going to see briefly because I think you have already seen before yesterday or 2 days ago. Okay, as you know, the origin of the alternative dispute resolution is the Pound Conference. That is a conference that was held in the United States in 1976. In this time, in the United States, there was a crisis, a justice crisis. The crisis was that came to the court too much disputes, and court couldn't resolve all of these disputes. So at this conference, the PAU conference, the people who were there, lawyers, judges, and also professors, debate on the causes of the dissatisfaction with the administration of justice, and also analyze future perspectives. The important point was with the Professor Sander. Professor Sander was the Dean of the Faculty of Law of Harvard. He proposes a multi-door procedure. That means he proposes to adapt the way, the tool, to the conflict. What does it mean? That means that Professor Sander told we need, when we have a conflict, we need to analyze the nature, the parties, the characteristics, etc. And then analyze all of these things. It's necessary to know if it's better to resolve that conflict through the court, or maybe through arbitration, maybe through mediation, etc. The most important alternative dispute resolution nowadays are arbitration and mediation. Okay, you know what is arbitration? Is a procedure in which a dispute is resolved by one or more arbitrators. The decision is final and is a binding decision. It's an heterocompositive system because the arbitrator is a third person and the arbitrator resolves the conflict. It's a binding resolution, a binding decision. You know that arbitration is consensual, the arbitrator is neutral, you know that. And in contrast to mediation, a party cannot unilaterally leave arbitration. If you go to arbitration, you must be on arbitration to the end. And the decision is final and is easy to enforce. The arbitration award is like a judgment, you know that. And also, international awards are enforced by national courts under New York Convention. Bangladesh is party, it's not from, it's since, sorry, it's not the last, okay, doesn't matter, it's since 1992. And mediation is a structured process whereby two or more parties to a dispute try to reach an agreement on the resolution of their dispute with the assistance of a mediator. This is an auto-compositive or self-compositive way of resolution. It's a self-compositive because the agreement of mediation is reached by the parties. Mediator only help the parties to reach the agreement of mediation. You know the characteristic, mediation is voluntary, mediator is neutral, and in contrast to arbitration, a party can unilaterally unilaterally leave mediation. That means that mediation can end without an agreement. And you, if ends without agreement, you can go to the court or to the arbitration. And it is also possible to reach a mediation agreement. The question is, what is the value or the force the agreement of mediation? In Spain, the law is this law, is 2012 law of mediation, and the law in my country says that agreement of mediation has the same value to the judgment. Is the same as a judgment. It is an enforceable title. Before mediation, before this law, the agreement of mediation was only like a contract between the parties. Now it's an enforceable title. And what happened with the international mediation agreements? Here we don't have the New York Convention, but here have Singapore Convention. You have already seen that convention. And for the European Union, the countries to the European Union, we have that directive, that law about mediation. This directive, this law, says that agreement of mediation is an enforceable title. We can enforceable that title in every country of the European Union. Do you understand? Yeah? Okay. And now we will focus in restorative justice, because we assume that mediation in civil and commercial matter exists. We know that arbitration exists. It's common, mediation, arbitration in civil and commercial matter. But what happened in a criminal matter? The answer is not so easy. This is a review point. I'm not going to explain again, but you know, when we have a crime, we have a public interest, affect the whole society. And what is a crime? A crime are generally wrong actions that are serious enough to justify punishment the perpetrator. What is a crime? It depends on each state. Each state decides what is a crime in this state. Crimes in Bangladesh, I'm sure, are not the same that crime in Spain. I'm sure, for sure. Every criminal code establishes what is a crime and what is penalty. And when a crime is committed, the perpetrator must be tried, always, and must be tried by the court, by the state. The state has the monopoly of the imposition of penalty. And I have already seen it's not possible forgiveness of the victim. It's not possible in the sense that forgiveness does not avoid criminal trial and conviction. We need the public prosecutor to prosecute the crime because the interest is public. Conclusion. The penal system is a punitive system. It's an adversarial system because we have a confrontation between two parties, the offender and the state. If you see what I'm saying, the relationship at the beginning, I said, in civil matter, we have a relationship between the owner and the tenant. But here, in criminal matter, we don't have a relationship between the offender and the victim. There is no really a relationship. We have a special relationship between offender and the state. Why? Because it's the state, through the court, who impose a penalty. The victim cannot impose a penalty. There is not really a relationship. The victim and the offender have not the full control of this relationship. Do you understand? This punitivist system means that a sanction is necessary, a sanction for the crime, and it's necessary also to reintegrate the offender. That means not to re-offend when go out to the prison. This system looks at the past, at the crime, but not look at the future, how to do a better society. And what happened with the victim? This system does not compensate the victim, or not always. And sometimes it even has a negative effect on the victim, produce a secondary victimization. That means secondary victimization means relieving the crime, relieving the pain, without noticing that their needs are being heard. The victim is not heard in this criminal process. And we need to do one more step. We need to go to a mixed system between this punitive system and restorative justice, because restorative justice gives protagonism to the victim. What is restorative justice? United Nations in its handbook said that restorative justice is a process in which the victim and the offender were appropriate any other individuals or community members affected by a crime participate together actively in the resolution of matters arising from the crime, generally with the help of a facilitator. And now here there is a video here in the United Nations.
A single act of crime can affect someone long after it happens. The mind replays it endlessly, warping what really happened and consuming our thoughts. their say and move on with their lives. Help us spread the word about restorative justice. You never know who it may help in the future. Restorative justice works. Share this film and help us spread the word.
Wow.
Okay, this video for me is really clear because when a crime has been committed and we use only court justice, okay, we can send that person to prison, but what happened with the victim? Because victims usually are thinking in the crime, also if the crime is really bad, are thinking always in the crime, and usually the victim needs to be listened, to explain the worries, the feelings, etc. If we go only to the court, we don't have that consequences. Victim cannot say what is his feeling, what is his worries, etc. When we use also restorative justice, the victim can explain what is in his mind. Okay. What are the characteristics of restorative justice? Are self-compositive formulas. That means that the solution is not imposed. The solution is a consensual solution between the offender and the victim, and it is possible with other person, family, etc., not in mediation, but other formulas. Dialogue is the protagonist, and it respects the dignity and equality of each person, builds understanding, and promotes social harmony through the healing of a victim and offenders and communities. Restorative justice gives a range of measures that are flexible in their adaptation to establishment criminal justice systems and that complement those systems. That means that restorative justice is a complement of criminal process. You don't have to choose between restorative justice or criminal process. It's a complement. We can both use criminal process and also restorative justice. Which are the benefits of restorative justice? For the victim, he participates directly in the resolution of the conflict and in the establishment, the consequences of the offense. That means that the victim has a central role. She is also protagonist. He receives answer to his questions about the offense and the offender. He expresses the impact the offense has had on him. The victims obtain reparation, because the reparation is different in restorative justice than the reparation in the process. In the process, reparation is sent to the jail, to the prison, but no in restorative justice. Victims obtain an apology and also can re-establish, when appropriate, a relationship with the offender, feel safer, obtain clarification, and close a chapter of his life. But restorative justice have also benefits for the offender. He takes responsibility for his action and understands the effect it has had in the victim. Expresses feeling about his action, including remorse. When we use restorative justice, the offender can express why he acted in this way, in this wrong way, and maybe he has remorse, regret. He receives support to repair the harm, apologize directly to the victim, restores when appropriate a relationship with the victim, and finally, he managed to close a chapter of his life. And what does restitution mean in restorative justice? Restitution in restorative justice is different than restitution in criminal proceedings. In restorative justice, restitution is any activity aimed at repairing the harm or returning the victim to the situation before the commission of the criminal act. This activity must be carried out by the offender. For example, community services, rehabilitation programs, psychology help, etc. Conclusion: restorative justice have very positive aspects for the justice system because reduce the work of the courts. For the procedure because it's more respectful, more human with the victim and the offender. And it adapts to the cultural, social context of the community. In terms of results, there is an increase in reparation to victims, decreased desire for revenge, and finally, less reoffending. Give as much importance to the process as the result. Here we have in parallel a comparative between restorative justice and retributive justice. I'm not going to read any characteristic, but we can see in parallel. In retributive punitive system, crime is an act against the state. Is a violation of a law. In restorative justice, crime is an act against another person and against the community. In the retributive justice, the criminal justice system, the court, the state, controls crime. In restorative justice, crime is controlled by community. In retributive justice, crime is an individual act with individual responsibility. In restorative justice, crime has both dimensions, individual and social responsibility. Responsibility in retributive justice is punishment. In restorative justice is other thing. The offender must take responsibility for his act and take steps to repair the damage. Here, punishment in retributive justice try to modify behavior and dissuade to do more crimes. But punishment in restorative justice has no effect in modifying behavior if we don't use another acts. We need to use dialogue, communication, etc. Only the punishment is not has not good results. In retributive justice, the offender is defined by his defect. In restorative justice, the offender is defined by his capacity for reparation. retributive justice, punitive justice, focused on the past, on establishing guilt. Restorative justice, focused on the future, on solving problems. Retributive justice emphasizes on adversarial relationship. Restorative justice emphasizes dialogue and negotiation. Finally, the goal of the retributive justice is punishment. The goal of restorative justice is another thing, is restoring, relieving the past. In this picture, we can see the question we have asked in criminal system and in restorative justice. For example, in criminal system, we ask who broke it. In restorative justice, we ask what needs have arisen based on that harm. In criminal system, we ask how do we punish them. In restorative justice, we ask whose obligation is it meet those needs. And which is the origin of restorative justice? The origin of the restorative justice is indigenous communities in the history. But the modern origin of the restorative justice is in Canada, in Ontario, in 1974, with the Elmira case. We have also a video here. Elmira case. Es que no es la última versión también. Pero lo tienes en el... Lo tienes grabado en el... I continue. In this case, two intoxicated teenagers damaged numerous properties in this white town in Ontario. The usual consequence will be... Yes.
I've just gotten a report. Two young men who had gone through the town of Elmira and 22 counts of willful damage. He's done a path of destruction through the town, slashing tires, smashing windows, just up one street down the next.
A buddy of mine, we were touring around back roads, drinking beer, and getting quite inebriated. So what do you want to do? I said, well, let's just go raise some hell. I said, okay.
So I very flippantly said, wouldn't it be neat to have these guys meet their victims? And I said the way I would do this would be I would maybe put an addendum on the back saying I thought there could be some therapeutic value to have these offenders meet their victims.
Well, we had talked about it, and he said, well, I'd rather go to jail. I said, well, you know what, going to jail would be the easy way out. We wouldn't have to meet the people. This is going to be harder than going to jail.
The probation officer would always go and talk to the judge. He said, what's this you had here about having to meet your victims? And I said, oh yeah, well, it was just a thought. He said, oh, sounds like a good idea, but I don't know if there's been any precedent. Finding places where it's been done before is what you use to justify doing it now. But it kind of begs the question, if it's never been done before, how does a new idea ever get into the system?
Okay. This is the origin of the modern restorative justice, and this is interesting because the teenagers, the usual consequence will be sent to jail, sent to prison. But with restorative justice, teenagers can apologize, can assume the harm, and that was good for the community, for the victim, and also for the teenagers, for the offender. Then they start to do programs with the victim-offender reconciliation, mediation, etc. And we have some papers that start to talk about restorative justice and criminal mediation. This is interesting because this author, Niels Christie, said that it is important to return the conflict to their true owners, to the victim and the offender. Also, we have this book. This is important, but I will go on because I have only 15 minutes more. And an important date in restorative justice is 1993. In that day, there were an international congress of criminology in Budapest. In this conference, the concept of restorative justice was established, and this concept is still valid today. Other congresses follow. The first experiences in penal mediation are in juvenile justice. But it is also necessary to take into account for the defense of the transition towards restorative justice, towards this mixed system, two factors: the crisis of the criminal justice and the crisis in the model of the resocialization policy. In Spain, for example, the crisis of the official model of justice we can see because in Spain, 48% of the citizens consider that justice works very badly. 24% think that it works neither well nor badly. At the end, 72% of the citizens consider that justice does not work properly. We can think about that. If the people think that the criminal justice don't work, we need to think and how to resolve that problem. And the second factor is that the resocialization policy does not work. Prison punishment does not resocialize the offender, or furthermore, prison punishment stigmatizes the offender. But how can we use restorative justice without a law? We have Spain and also Bangladesh has normative about restorative justice. This is the framework normative. It is important, this chapter of human rights. In 1945, Article 35 provides for the resolution of disputes through negotiation, mediation, or other peaceful means. It is important also this resolution that encourages experimentation in the field of criminal mediation. Also, this resolution, but at the end, the goal number 16 of the 2030 agenda promote just and peaceful society. In Europe, we have also a normative, here the most important normative, and also in the European Union we have this directive
about the right, support and protection of victims of a crime. But in Spain, we don't have a law on specifically on restorative justice or a law in criminal mediation. Criminal mediation is one practice in restorative justice, but there is other practices. There is restorative conferences. I don't have time to explain that, but in restorative conferences there is consists in bringing together offender, victim, and more people, advocates, family of the parties, etc. And also there is restorative cycles, are similar to the conferencing, but the characteristic is the cycle shape. We have already seen this morning in police mediation. They do a cycle and participate the victim, the offender, and also friends, neighbor, family, etc. But mediation is the essential piece of restorative justice. And the question is, should be possible criminal mediation? The answer is yes. Therefore, I'm here. Okay, what is criminal mediation? It is a way to resolve criminal dispute mediation. It is the parties themselves look for a mutually satisfactory agreement. That is, in criminal mediation, parties try to obtain an agreement of mediation. It is important that mediator help the parties, but mediator does not impose solution. The parties use dialogue. Dialogue is always important in mediation. And in Spain, criminal mediation is linked to the process. We have intrajudicial criminal mediation. Okay, we have already seen the advantage and disadvantage very quickly. Advantage, gratuity. Sometimes it's free, sometimes you have to pay but less than a process. Flexibility in the structure, place, type of meaning, etc. Briefly, acceleration. Average time is 1 or 2 months. Communicative profile. And promoting a culture of peace. The solution is consensual, and the consequences are really important. Feeling of justice, both parties win, protagonism of the parties, high probability of compliance with the agreement. Mediation allows for creative solution. In the court, the solution is a penalty. With the mediation, the solution could be whatever. Possibility of starting future dialogue within the parties and prevent future offences. But also, criminal mediation have inconveniences. Loss of time if mediation is unsuccessful, feeling of frustration if mediation is unsuccessful, and a problem is that we need a law about mediation, and criminal law in mediation, because mediation, criminal mediation without law is not really safe. We need a law to apply mediation with guarantees. Do you understand me? Yeah? Okay. Principle and guarantee of criminal mediation, you know. Voluntarily, you go to mediation only if you want to. Guarantee of autonomy, that means that you go to mediation if you want, but your decision is because you have information about what is mediation, what are the consequences, etc. Bilaterality to parties, equality of parties, we saw this morning, impartiality of mediator, neutrality, mutual respect, and duty to cooperate, principle of flexibility, and this is important, principle of complementarity. Mediation does not imply privatization of criminal justice. We have criminal mediation and also the criminal proceeds, because we have criminal mediation intrajudicial in the judicial process. Okay, confidentiality, all documents, all in mediation is confidential. Parties cannot use mediation to obtain information and then go to the court. All in mediation is confidential. Guarantee of the protection of the victim. Mediation is possible only when there is no risk of secondary victimization, repeated victimization, intimidation, or when mediation must not cause material or moral damage to the victim. And the last principle, the last guarantee is, you know, in the criminal proceeds, the victim, the offender has the presumption of innocence. You know that, yeah? In mediation, in criminal mediation, the offender has also presumption of innocence. Need be treated as innocent during criminal mediation. And guarantee of reparation. The reparation can be different types: economic, moral, therapeutic, symbolic, etc. What happened in Spain Mr. Goswami, I have 10 minutes? Yes, 10 minutes? Okay. Does restorative justice work in Spain? We only use, in criminal matter, we only use criminal mediation, not conferencing or cycle, only with police mediation. But we do not have a criminal mediation law. So, how can we do it without a law? This is the legislative framework. Some articles in this law speak about mediation, but we don't have a law of criminal mediation, only some articles. Okay. What happened? And here, okay. How we do criminal mediation? We do because in 2009, the government of Spain decided a plan to modernize justice system. In this plan, promote use of alternative mediation, alternative dispute resolution, and
how promote its use? By training judges, by training lawyers, by training the people who are involved in criminal mediation, and introducing intrajudicial criminal mediation through pilot experiences, and developing action protocols through which the courts participate into mediation. Sorry. Okay, this is Spain. In red, you have cities which participate in this pilot project. In white, cities that decided not to participate. It's voluntary because we don't have a law. And how intrajudicial mediation is developed? Is the judge who send the procedure to mediation on its own initiative or at the request of the parties. And mediation procedure is developed in several sessions. In the first session, they present the facts by the parties, generate option and alternative, and negotiate. Finally, the reason is always dialogue and negotiate. And it is possible the conclusion of criminal mediation with agreement or without agreement. Without agreement, there is a report that is signed, and in this report, the mediator said that it's not an agreement of mediation, but it is possible also with agreement. When there is an agreement of mediation, the agreement is a record is signed with the agreement by the parties and the mediator. It can be disagreement, giving money, or someone else, or doing or not doing something. For example, asking for forgiveness. And this is important, the record with the agreement is incorporated into the criminal proceeding. And we have different possibilities. It is possible that a public prosecutor office requests dismissal. When that's happened, is because the fact is not really important, and the judges agree. The second possibility is when a public prosecutor requests a trial. Then trial is held. But in this process, we apply the Article 21 of the Penal Code. This article said that it's necessary to use the generic attenuating circumstance. That means that the penalty will be lower. If the penalty for that crime is 2 or 3 years, with the agreement of mediation, the penalty is lower. And it is the most common possibility is a plea bargain. The offender pleads guilty to a lesser or exchange for a more benign sentencing. This is the most common possibility. And also, when we have an agreement of mediation, it is possible to apply the Article 84. This article says or allows the suspension of the execution of the sentence to be conditioned to the compliance with the agreement of mediation. If we have an agreement of mediation and the offender complies with the agreement of mediation, it is possible the suspension of the execution of the penalty. This is the most important consequence in Spain. To conclude, why mediation is essential piece of restorative justice in Spain? Because criminal mediation is a change in the culture of the model, overcoming the adversarial model. It's a change in our mentality, it's a change in our way of thinking about crime, about resolving crimes. And this change is good for the victim because it makes him participate actively and voluntarily in the resolution of the conflict. It's good also for the defendant because it allows him to take responsibility for his action and obtain certain and he can remorse, ask for forgiveness, etc. And also for the justice system because it provides new way of responding to criminal acts. And for society because it brings justice closer to the citizens. It makes it more human and reduce doing more crimes. And the second factor is because we have pilot projects have been developed for almost 2 decades, and the results are always good results. And thank you very much for your attention. Here you have my email if you need something or you have some questions or everything. Thank you very much.
পাবলিকলি ওপেন আছে জয়েন করুন, এখানে সব ছবি পেয়ে যাবেন। আপনি যে ছবি আপনি তুলেননি বা তুলতে ইনভেন্ট করেননি সেটাও পেয়ে যাবেন র্যান্ডম ছবিগুলো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
I, Dr. Apurva Patel, on behalf of Bangladesh International Mediation Society, extend each one of you a very hearty welcome to this momentous occasion of validatory program of the 40 hours of accredited mediator training program organized by BIMS. Today marks the culmination of the 5 days of intense learning and growth for each one of us. To commence this auspicious occasion, we are very honored to have with us our distinguished guests who have graced this event with their warm presence. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our chair of the day, Dr. Regina Pardo, Professor, University of Valencia, Spain. Honorable Justice Burhanuddin, Acting Chief Justice of Bangladesh, and our esteemed guests of honor, Honorable Justice Muhammad Ashraf Kamal, Judge High Court Division, Supreme Court Bangladesh, Honorable Justice Mustafa Zaman Islam, Judge High Court Division, Supreme Court Bangladesh, and Honorable Justice Ahmed Sohail, Judge High Court Division, Supreme Court Bangladesh. Before proceeding further, I would like to request Mr. S.M. Goswami sir, Senior Advocate and Member Secretary of Bangladesh International Mediation Society for his welcome address.
প্রিয় বন্ধুগণ, আমি সবাইকে অভিনন্দন জ্ঞাপন করছি। আজকে অনুষ্ঠানের মান্যবর প্রধান অতিথি বিচারপতি বরহানুদ্দিন মহোদয়, বাংলাদেশের মাননীয় ভারপ্রাপ্ত প্রধান বিচারপতি, আপনাকে অভিনন্দন। আজকে অনুষ্ঠানে মান্যবর গেস্ট কর্নারবৃন্দ, স্বর্গীয় জনাব আন্তর্জাতিক মেডিটেশন অঙ্গনে স্বর্ণপদক প্রাপ্ত বিচারপতি মোহাম্মদ আশরাফুল কামাল, অ্যাক্রিডিটেড মেডিয়েটর, বিচারপতি মোস্তফা জামাল ইসলাম এবং আন্তর্জাতিক মেডিটেশন অঙ্গনের স্বর্ণপদক প্রাপ্ত বিচারপতি আহমদ সোহেল, অ্যাক্রিডিটেড মেডিয়েটর মহোদয়, আপনাদের প্রতি অভিনন্দন জ্ঞাপন করছি। আজকে অনুষ্ঠানে মান্যবর সভাপতি বিংস মেডিটেশন বোর্ডের উপদেষ্টা ডক্টর ভার্জিনা পার্ডো, বিংস মেডিটেশন বোর্ড এর সদস্য ডক্টর জাস যিশু বিলা ভিক্টর, আপনাদের মাধ্যমে উপস্থিত অ্যাক্টিভেট মেডিটেটরবৃন্দ, বিংসের সর্বস্তরের কর্মকর্তাবৃন্দ, আপনাদের সবাইকে স্বাগত অভিনন্দন জ্ঞাপন করছি। আমার মূল বক্তব্য রাখার আগে এই 40 ঘন্টার যে প্রশিক্ষণ আপনারা অংশগ্রহণ করেছেন, এই কারণে প্রথমে আপনাদের ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন করছি। বাংলাদেশে এই সপ্তমবারের মতন 40 আওয়ার্স ট্রেনিং আপনারা কমপ্লিট করেছেন। আপনারা এমপি 75 নিয়েছিলেন, এরপর বাছাই করার পরে আমরা 65 রাখি। আমাদের মেডিটেশন বোর্ড পুঙ্খানুপুঙ্খভাবে এটা অবলোকন করি, বিভিন্ন কারণে আমরা সর্বশেষ 57কে আমরা অনুমোদন দিয়ে থাকি। এর মাঝেও আপনাদের প্রথম থেকে বলা হয়েছিল যে অনলাইন একটি প্রোগ্রাম, এখানে আমাদের এখান থেকে বসে কিছু করার নাই। জাস্ট কনসিডারে যখন আমাদের প্রত্যেকের ছবি তারা নিতেছে এবং আমাদের সঙ্গে বরাবর একজন হিউম্যান সাইকোলজিস্ট ছিলেন, আপনাদের সবাইকে অবলোকন করছেন অনেক দূর বসে, ওয়াশিংটন ডিসিতে বসে, এবং ঢাকাতে যে ব্রেন স্ট্রেন রয়েছে সেখানে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। সেখানে আমরা লক্ষ্য করেছি আমাদের বাচনভঙ্গি, চলাফেরা, সবকিছু, এমনকি খাবার, সবকিছু লক্ষ্য করে আমরা ব্রিগেডে ক্যাটাগরি আমরা করেছি। পরবর্তীকালে আপনারা 10 ঘন্টা প্রশিক্ষণ সমাপ্ত করলেন এবং ইথিক্সের উপর একটা ট্রেনিং 5 ঘন্টা কমপ্লিট করলে এ গ্রেডের মেডিটেশন হিসাবে অংশগ্রহণ করতে পারবেন। আজকে সম্মানিত সুধীবৃন্দ, উপস্থিত প্রিয় সাংবাদিকবৃন্দ, বাংলাদেশের মেডিটেশন ইতিহাসে আজ প্রত্যয় স্বপ্ন পূরণের একটি দিন। মাননীয় বিচারপতি অবসরপ্রাপ্ত গীতা মিত্তাল এর সার্বিক তত্ত্বাবধানে আন্তর্জাতিক পাঠ্যক্রম অনুযায়ী বিশ্বের সেরা রিসার্চ পার্সনদের দ্বারা 40 ঘন্টা ব্যাপী অনুষ্ঠিত মেডিটেশন প্রশিক্ষণ গ্রহণের মাধ্যমে আপনারা যারা আফ্রিকা এশিয়া মেডিটেশন অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, বাংলাদেশ স্পেন মেডিটেশন অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, বাংলাদেশ ইন্ডিয়া মেডিটেটর্স ফোরাম, ঢাকা বার্লিন মেডিটেটর্স ফোরাম, ঢাকা ওয়াশিংটন মেডিটেটর্স ফোরাম এবং বাংলাদেশ ইন্টারন্যাশনাল মেডিটেশন সোসাইটি বিংসের জন্য নির্বাচিত মেডিটেশন বোর্ড কর্তৃক স্বীকৃতি লাভ করলেন, আপনাদের সবাইকে অভিনন্দন, স্বাগত জানাচ্ছি। প্রিয় নবাগত অ্যাক্টিভেট মেডিটেটরবৃন্দ, বিচারমূলক শক্তি হচ্ছে প্রজ্ঞা এবং জ্ঞান, সামাজিক ন্যায় বিচার প্রতিষ্ঠায় সততা হচ্ছে শান্তির ভিত্তি। আপনাদের মাধ্যমে বিচার অঙ্গন হবে আলোকিত এবং সমাজ জীবনে প্রতিষ্ঠিত হবে শান্তি। মেডিটেশন বিশ্বায়নের একটি শক্তি, যার দ্বারা আপনারা মানুষের মধ্যে দায়িত্ববোধ জাগরণে ভূমিকা রাখতে পারেন। আন্তর্জাতিক মেডিটেশন অঙ্গনে আপনাদের পদার্পণ হবে শান্তিপূর্ণ বিশ্বায়ন সৃষ্টিতে সহায়ক শক্তি। প্রিয় মেডিটেটরবৃন্দ, আপনারা যারা বাংলাদেশের অ্যাক্টিভেট মেডিটেটর হিসেবে স্বীকৃতি পেলেন, আপনাদের কাছে দেশ অনেক কিছু আশা করে। প্রথমত, মামলার উচ্চ নিরসনে আপনারা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভূমিকা পালন করতে পারেন। দ্বিতীয়ত, বিচারাধীন মামলার জট নিরসনে আপনাদের প্রজ্ঞা শক্তি দ্বারা এবং অর্জিত জ্ঞানের অনুশীলন দ্বারা বঙ্গবন্ধুর কাঙ্ক্ষিত মেডিটেশন বান্ধব বিচার অঙ্গন সৃষ্টি এবং স্বল্প ব্যয় ও স্বল্প সময়ে বিরোধ নিষ্পত্তিতে হতে পারেন চালিকা শক্তি। তৃতীয়ত, অ্যাক্রিডিটেড মেডিটেটর হিসাবে আপনাদের নেতৃত্বে ভবিষ্যৎ প্রজন্ম মেডিটেশন অঙ্গনে উল্লেখযোগ্য ভূমিকা রাখতে সক্ষম হবে। শান্তিপূর্ণ পরিবার এবং বিরোধ বিমুখ সমাজ গঠনে আপনারা হবেন আলোকবর্তিকা। সত্যিকার অর্থে মেডিটেশন আলো আপনাদের মাধ্যমে প্রজ্বলিত হলো, দেশবাসী আপনাদের দিকে চেয়ে থাকবে। বিশ্ব বরেণ্য রিসার্চ পার্সনদের মাধ্যমে অর্জিত জ্ঞান এবং নিজেদের প্রজ্ঞা দ্বারা প্রমাণ করবেন বাংলাদেশের জনগণের বৃহৎ নিষ্পত্তির অন্তর্নিহিত শক্তির উৎস হচ্ছে মিডিয়েশন, এবং বাংলাদেশ হচ্ছে বঙ্গবন্ধু কাঙ্ক্ষিত বৃহৎ বিমুখ একটি দেশ। প্রিয় বিজ্ঞজন, নবাগত অ্যাপ্লিকেট মেডিয়াবিন্দু নিশ্চয় স্মরণ রাখবেন, ও পরিবর্তনশীল আইন আনকোট হচ্ছে বিশ্ব বিচার ব্যবস্থার মিডিয়েশনের গুরুত্ব আরোপ। বঙ্গবন্ধু কন্যা মাননীয় প্রধানমন্ত্রী শেখ হাসিনা মিডিয়েশন বান্ধব মেধাবী বিচারকবৃন্দের দ্বারা এদেশের প্রান্তিক জনগণের ন্যায় বিচার নিশ্চিত করতে বারবার আহ্বান রাখছেন এবং শান্তিপূর্ণ সমাজ গঠন ও তার উন্নয়নের নিরলস প্রচেষ্টা চালিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। অ্যাক্টিভ মেডিয়েটর হিসাবে আমরা নিজ নিজ কর্মক্ষেত্রে বিচার প্রাঙ্গণ উন্নয়নে সহায়ক শক্তি হতে পারি, এই আমাদের প্রত্যাশা। পরিশেষে আমাদের অনুষ্ঠান পরিচালনায় বিভিন্ন সংস্থা, বিশেষ করে এসবি, এনএসআই, পুলিশ প্রশাসন সহ যারা সহযোগিতা রেখেছেন করছেন, তাদের সবাইকে অভিনন্দন জ্ঞাপন করছি। আবারও সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ, অভিনন্দন সবার প্রতি।
Thank you so much, sir, for laying such a strong foundation for mediation, not only within the country but across the globe, as well as setting the right tone for today's proceedings. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Dr. George Yasubu Vedha Victor, the Chairman, Bangladesh International Mediators Forum, to share his insights with us. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Acting Chief Justice of Bangladesh, Honorable Judges of High Court Division, Supreme Court of Bangladesh, Chairman and my friends, colleague, Dr. Pato, graduating mediators, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Assalamu alaikum. I am indeed delighted to be present here to congratulate all the graduating mediators. Congratulations and best wishes in your journey as mediators. I congratulate Bangladesh International Mediation Society for its major contribution with their foresight and outlook to train mediators in advance even before the mediation law or act is enacted by the legislators of Bangladesh. I place on record to congratulate and appreciate Mr. Goswami, the visionary, for his vision and mission to train and empower lawyers as trained and qualified mediators not only in Bangladesh but also in the neighboring countries. I am convinced that Bangladesh has all potential to be and become hub for mediation. I say this with conviction that as BIMS has successfully established cross-border mediation, such as Bangladesh India Mediators Forum, Middle East Forum, Asia Forum, Africa Forum, and European Forum. I congratulate Bangladesh International Mediation Society in my capacity as Chairman of Bangladesh India Mediators Forum and as a Director nominated at BIMS Mediation Forum Board for all its initiatives to promote mediation for cost-effective and speedy settlement of differences. Our work for the mediators, perfection comes from practice. I borrow the words of John F. Kennedy, let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate. And this is the word I need to encourage all the graduating mediators for your successful mediation journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor sir, for your words of wisdom and insights for the proceedings of the program. Now, let us move on, inviting our esteemed guests for today's event. I would now like to request Dr. Pardo to please join us and if she could share a few words.
Oh, thank you very much. Now I'm going to say a few words, only to say thank you to the Bangladesh International Mediation Society, also the Supreme Court of Bangladesh. I'm very glad to be here. I feel like at home because people here in Bangladesh is really friendly and it was really a great experience also for me. I don't know if you are learn something for me, but I have in these few days learned a lot of from you, and I really appreciate your kindness. I really appreciate that invitation, Mr. Goswami, and the dinner we had with the members of the court, the judges. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm sure that all of us are now waiting to hear some words from the distinguished guest of honor today. I kindly request Justice Ahmed Sohail sir to enlighten us with his words of wisdom.
Honorable Mr. Justice Burhanuddin, Acting Chief Justice of Bangladesh, Chief Guest of this valedictory session of this training program, Mr. S.M. Goswami, Senior Lawyer of Supreme Court of Bangladesh and Chairman Bangladesh International Mediation Society, Ms. Virginia Pardo, Professor, University of Valencia, Spain, and Chair of this valedictory session, Mr. Antonio Barlanga Sanjay, CEO of International Police Association of Mediation and Community Policing. Distinguished guests, Mr. Justice Ashraful Kamal, Mr. Justice Mustafa Jaman Islam, all are distinguished guests today's program. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. I have been here on 25th November, remember, in the Africa-Asia Mediation Association as a chief guest. I delivered my speech elaborately on mediation and other related issues on mediation, especially international perspective and Bangladesh perspective as well, where the mediation is the best possible option in the context of Bangladesh because of the huge backlog of cases, that 4 million cases is pending at present now. So I will just focus on few words on you. As your accredited mediators today, you're declared as a mediator today. So you have many responsibilities from today as a mediator. So you know that mediation is a new concept in Bangladesh, not new actually. From pre-British India, you know that there's a tradition called panchayat system in India, and that traditional system was existing in Bangladesh as well. And the situation in Bangladesh is called Shalish, is still going on. There's still Shalish is mediation. This sort of Shalish is mediation. So mediation in Bangladesh, there is a particular section in Civil Procedure Code, in section 89A to 89E. So if we follow that section in the Civil Procedure Code, you'll have detailed idea about mediation. This section has all the characteristics of mediation, how the mediation will operate in Bangladesh and everything. But we don't have any specific law in Bangladesh for mediation like Arbitration Act. That's why I'm advocating all the time that we should have a Mediation Act in Bangladesh, particularly for mediation, to cover all the area system in Bangladesh. And other day I have discussed how many provisions in Bangladesh legal system, the existing provision of ADR. I have discussed all these issues on that day, so I am not going to repeat that again. So just my suggestion to you that as a mediator, you should have to maintain the standard as a mediator. Our economy is developing, you know that. So to reduce the backlog of cases in Bangladesh, it is necessary to attract foreign investment in Bangladesh, it is necessary that we solve our legal problem as early as possible. And that's why you understand the importance of mediation in our country. And you are a mediator, you have to be impartial in every aspect. You have to maintain your integrity. You have to apply everything, particular judicial mind, maintaining utmost integrity, sincerity, and intention to do justice for the people. Not you have to go after money. You have to follow that. You have to understand that the pain of the litigant people. You have to work for that. You have to work for them all the time. Your mind should be like that. I have to do something for the needless people, the litigant people, to help them to reduce the backlog of cases in Bangladesh. So my sincere thanks to the organizers of BRIMS, because they are doing a great job at the moment. They are the pioneer to promote mediation in Bangladesh, especially Mr. S.N. Goswami, is working relentlessly to improve the mediation in Bangladesh, to promote that mediation is successful, the backlog of cases can be reduced to in a minimum level. And I just call him the torch bearer and lighthouse of mediation in Bangladesh context. And he's working since 1993. He has published a book, journal, Bangladesh Law Times, you know that. And in that Law Times and other journals, he has there's so many articles on mediation, and that helps as well to understand the concept of mediation. So you have to go through the book as well. You have to follow the norms as a mediator. You know that there's a norms for the mediators. You should go through that and try to help the people of Bangladesh, try to help the judiciary to backlog of cases. And with this, I would like to conclude my speech. I would like to thank all foreign guests who came to Bangladesh to help to give a lecture, especially Virginia Pardo. She came from Spain. It's a lot of, long journey, you know that. So I thank all the foreign guests here and the organizers of BRIMS. And my heartfelt thanks to the new mediators. You'll be successful in your life as a mediator. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me with great patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Justice. This reminds me of the words of Roosevelt, who says, "It is not enough to talk about peace, one must believe in it. And it is not enough to believe in it, one must work in it." Thank you again. Continuing our journey, may I now invite Honorable Justice Mustafa Zaman Islam. Sir, please share your thoughts with us.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. Honorable Mr. Justice Burhanuddin, Acting Chief Justice of Bangladesh, the Chief Guest of the laboratory session of this training program, President Mr. Justice Asraful Kamal, Mr. Justice Ahmed Suhail, and others. Mr. S.N. Goswami, Senior Lawyer of the Bangladesh Supreme Court and Chairman of Bangladesh International Mediation Society, BIMS. Mr. Virginia Pardo, Professor, University of Valencia, Spain. Mr. Antonio Barcelona Sanga, CEO of the International Police Association of Mediation and Community Policing, Spain. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, and present journalists, Assalamu alaikum. A very good afternoon to all of you. At the very outset, already my brother, Mr. Ahmed Suhail, has focused all these things in details in mediation. At the very outset, I consider it a great honor and privilege for me to address before you as a guest of honor of the valedictory session of the training program organized by BIMS. BIMS means Bangladesh International Mediation Society. Thank you very much for inviting me to this session in the midst of galaxy of international arbitrators and mediators from different countries of the world. I know that you have already completed your training program for accredited mediators organized by BIMS. The distinguished trainers have already discussed about mediation in details. However, I would like to share my views on mediation very precisely. In a very simple term, mediation is a process where a neutral and independent third person help the parties in a dispute to reach their own solution. The beauty of mediation is that in mediation, each party has opportunity to voice their own point of view. In American aspect, in 1976, the Pound Conference saw a public dissatisfaction with the justice system. There, Harvard Professor Frank E. A. Sander offered an innovative approach that could ease the growing develops of the courts. That is multi-dispute doors. That is the systems of America, multi-dispute doors. And in the mediator, it helps the parties to focus on the real issues of the dispute and explore options to resolve these cases. They do not take sides. The mediator does not impose the solution or give tactical advice. The parties have ultimate control over the outcome of mediation. The parties and not to mediator for the focal point of the mediation process. In contrast to our proceedings, which are open to the public, the mediation process is private and confidential. Anything said or produced as evidenced at a mediation sessions cannot be used the later hearing, except in exceptional circumstances. It is the duty of all the parties to the mediation to participate in good faith. Ladies and gentlemen, a mediator must possess certain qualities such as high standard of honesty and integrity in conduct and behavior, maintain neutrality, objectivity, and not judgmental. And for the purpose of the mediation is that the mediator must have patience, persistence, and perseverance, good communication skills, open-mindedness, and flexible in nature. Mediator, in fact, is a guide who helps the parties to find their own solution to the dispute, and he works as a peacemaker. There are many advantages of mediation rather than going for a prolonged litigation. In mediation, the parties have control over the mediation process in terms of its scope and outcome. That is the right to decide whether to settle or not. And the terms of settlement, mediation is participative. Parties get an opportunity to present their case in their own words and directly participate in the negotiation. The process is voluntary and any party can opt out of it at any stage. If he feels that it is not helping him, the self-determining nature of mediation ensures compliance with the settlement reached. The procedure is speedy, efficient, and cheaper. It is simple, flexible, and time-bound. It is a fair process and preserves peaceful relationships between the parties. Ladies and gentlemen, the process is confidential, which is the big advantage for both parties. The main focus in mediation is on resolving the dispute in a mutually beneficial settlement to the out of court. Now I think the reasons for declining mediation in Bangladesh are non-cooperation of the lawyers, ignorance and absence of trained mediators, lack of mediation centers, change of mentality, and no specific law for mediation like Arbitration Act. Which has already been focused, my learned brother, Mr. Ahmed said. In our country, the lawyers do not want to cooperate with the court about mediation. Due to fear of losing their income, my view is that standard amount of fees for the lawyers may be set consequently for mediation for the better result. Public awareness is also need to be created for promoting mediation. Additionally, legal aid office in the district court can also work as a cell. In Bangladesh, in informing people about the benefits of mediation. We need to build mediation center in every district to overcome the problems of mediation. Adequate training for mediators and arbitrators should be arranged from time to time. More steps should have to be taken to train the lawyers. Then they will be encouraged to be a professional mediator in addition to their legal practice. We know that judiciary of Bangladesh is overburdened with nearly 4 million cases, and the number is mounting day by day, due to a number of factors including inadequate number of judges in terms of pending cases, procedural formality and complexity, poor logistic support and cooperation are the main reasons for backlog of the cases in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, we can easily understand the importance of the promoting mediation in our judiciary to reduce backlogs, huge backlog cases. After 52 years of our independence, no one can deny Bangladesh has made tremendous progress in various social and economic indicators, which give us the impression that the country is on an upward trajectory. Our economy is developing very rapidly, bringing its business into close contact with the outside world. Many foreign companies are now investing in Bangladesh. Therefore, effective steps towards alternative dispute resolution is needed to make Bangladesh an investment-oriented country. Dear participants, my advice to you is that you should bear in mind that after being qualified as an accredited mediator, you have to act fairly, impartially, independently, and maintain the confidentiality. Further, you have to honor party autonomy, avoid conflicts of interest, act in accordance with the agreed principles and rules by applying judicial mind. In particular, maintaining utmost integrity and sincerity, and should have the intention to do justice. We are all aware about the common question in the judicial domain, said by William E. Goldstone that justice delayed is justice denied. Also, Martin Luther King Jr. already mentioned in the war, well, injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere. Every citizen is entitled to have access to justice. Delayed justice even sometimes fails to give proper remedies to a winning party. We all have to keep in mind all these courts for our judicial system and do our job properly, to open the door of justice and ensure it for all. With these remarks, I conclude my speech and express my sincere thanks to the guests from overseas for their valuable speeches, and my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of BIMS for arranging such a meaningful training program, especially Mr. S.M. Goswami, Senior Advocate, Chairman of BIMS, who is trying his level best to promote mediation in Bangladesh. I hope all you have enjoyed the training program. Best wishes for all of you Once again, thank you for listening me with great passion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your meticulous insights and also precisely highlighting the very critical skills and significance of mediation. Going ahead, may I now invite our final guest of honor for today, Honorable Justice Muhammad Ashraful Kamal, sir, to address the gathering.
Honorable Justice Burhanuddin, Acting Chief Justice of Bangladesh, my brother Justice Mustafa Jaman and Justice Ahmed Sohail, Professor Virginia Bardo, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, participants. Shubho, good afternoon. Shubho Aparanno. Assalamu alaikum. Namaskar. আজকে আপনাদের এই অনুষ্ঠানে আপনারা সবাই মেডিয়েটর হচ্ছেন। মেডিয়েটর সার্টিফিকেট পাবে আজকে আজকে পাবে। কেন মেডিয়েশনটা হয়, কেন মেডিয়েটর হওয়ার কেন প্রয়োজন আমাদের দেশে বা বিভিন্ন দেশে? সবচেয়ে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ হলো যে আমাদের যে ডিসপিউট রেজুলেশন, আমরা যে বিরোধ নিষ্পত্তি, এই বিরোধ নিষ্পত্তিটি যে আমাদের যে প্রচলিত বিচার ব্যবস্থা, এই প্রচলিত বিচার ব্যবস্থায় আমাদের এই বিরোধ নিষ্পত্তি এখন আর কোনোভাবে সম্ভব হচ্ছে না। আমাদের যেটা আমাদের জাজ বলেছেন, প্রায় 50 লাখ 5 মিলিয়ন কেসেস পেন্ডিং। এই 50 লক্ষ মামলা আমাদের যে প্রচলিত বিচার ব্যবস্থা কোনোভাবেই সম্ভব নয়। যদি আজকে থেকে আমরা কোর্টের দরজা বন্ধ করে দিই, আর কোনো মামলা গ্রহণ না করি, আমি আগেও বলেছি আপনাদেরকে অনেক অনুষ্ঠান, বর্তমান যে মোকদ্দমাগুলো আছে এগুলো শেষ হতে 20 থেকে 30 বছর সময় লাগে। তাহলে কি আমাদের মামলা মোকদ্দমা থাকবে না, বিরোধ থাকবে না? এই বিরোধ নিষ্পত্তির জন্য আমাদেরকে অবশ্যই এমন একটি মেকানিজম, এমন একটি পদ্ধতি আমাদেরকে বের করতে হবে, যেটি শুধুমাত্র আমাদের এই প্রচলিত বিচার ব্যবস্থার যে ঘাটতি, এটার থেকে আমরা উত্তরণ করতে পারি। এবং বর্তমান দিনে আরেকটি বিরোধ নিষ্পত্তি ব্যবস্থা আমরা জানি, সেটা হলো আরবিট্রেশন। কিন্তু আরবিট্রেশনও এখন অনেকটা দীর্ঘসূত্রতায় পড়ে যাচ্ছে। কিভাবে? এটা প্রায় কস্ট ইফেক্টিভ থাকতেছে, এটা অনেক কস্টলি হয়ে যাচ্ছে, অনেক টাকা যাচ্ছে অনেক আরবিট্রেশনের পিছনে। তাহলে আমাদের যে জনগণের যে চাহিদা, যে মানুষের বিরোধগুলো দ্রুত নিষ্পত্তি করে দিতে পারে, তাহলে মানুষ তার যে দৈনন্দিন যে কার্যক্রম, যে কার্য, যে ব্যবসা, এগুলো খুব দ্রুত করতে পারে। যদি একজন ব্যবসায়ী শুধু চলে আসে কোর্টের বারান্দায় 10 বছর 15 বছর, তাহলে সে ব্যবসা করবে কখন? তাহলে তার ব্যবসা হবে না। ব্যবসা যদি না হয় আমাদের উন্নয়ন হবে না, যেটাকে আমরা বলি অনেকটা কমার্শিয়াল ডিসপিউট। সুতরাং কমার্শিয়াল ডিসপিউট এটার জন্য খুবই জরুরি ভিত্তিতে মেডিয়েশন একটা ইফেক্টিভ পদ্ধতি। আরেকটি আমরা বলতে পারি যে পারিবারিক ফ্যামিলি ডিসপিউট। এমন কোন এখন বর্তমান দিনে আমি বিচারক, আমি ফ্যামিলি ম্যাটার অনেক মামলা করে আসে, আমি তো দেখি যে প্রতিদিনই এমন মানে অনেক পারিবারিক মামলা আমাদের ডিভিশন পর্যন্ত আসছে। মানে শুরু হয়েছে 20 বছর আগে। এমন কোন পরিবার দেখা যাচ্ছে না যেখানে পারিবারিক সমস্যা, হাজবেন্ড ওয়াইফের যে সমস্যা, পারিবারিক সমস্যা বেড়ে যাচ্ছে আমাদের এই প্রযুক্তির যুগে, যে কোনো কারণে। এখন এই প্রত্যেকটা পারিবারিক ডিসপিউট যদি আমরা করে ট্র্যাক করে নিয়ে আসি, তাহলে অবস্থাটা হবে যেভাবে আপনারা নিজেরাই জানেন আপনাদের আশেপাশে, বিশেষ করে ফ্যামিলি ম্যাটার্সে এটা মাস্ট মেডিয়েশন, এর কোনো বিকল্প নাই। প্রত্যেক 18 কোটি লোকের মধ্যে এখন 1 কোটি লোকের পরে সমস্যা আছে, কি বলে নাই কোথায়? তাহলে আমরা যদি শুধু অন্য কোন সব মামলা বাদ দেন, শুধু যদি পারিবারিক মামলাগুলো যদি আমরা ব্রেক করে হ্যাভক সৃষ্টি হয়, মানে পুরো ইনফ্যাক্ট ভেঙে পড়বে, তাহলে একটাই পদ্ধতি দেখতে। এবং আমি আজকের অনুষ্ঠানের মাধ্যমে সরকারকে আমি অনুরোধ করব যে পারিবারিক মোকদ্দমাগুলোতে মেডিয়েশন কর্মচারী করতে হবে। যেটাতে কানাডা অলরেডি একটা সফলতা অর্জন করছে, ওটার জন্য আলাদা ল করছে। সেকেন্ডলি আমরা যে কাজটা করতে পারি সেটা হলো যে আমাদের যে কর্পোরেট যেটা আমরা যেটা বলি কমার্শিয়াল বিজনেস ওয়ার্ল্ডে যেসব এগুলো কেন আমি আগেও বলেছি, আমার বন্ধু বলেছে ফরেন ডাইরেক্ট ইনভেস্টেড না, আমরা বলতে চাই এফডিআই, উইদাউট এফডিআই একটা দেশ সাস্টেইন আসতে হবে, ব্যবসায়ীরা আসতে হবে। কেন আসতে হবে? সে এসে এখানে ব্যবসা করবে, যত ব্যবসা করবে ইন্ডাস্ট্রি করবে তত আমাদের মানে এমপ্লয়মেন্ট হবে, এমপ্লয়মেন্ট হলে আমরা মানুষের কর্মসংস্থান হবে, দেশের ইকোনমি। কিন্তু এই যে যখন সে যদি আমরা গুগল বা টাটা বিড়ালা এটা বহুজাতিক মাল্টিনেশনাল কোম্পানি, সে যখন চিন্তা করবে বাংলাদেশে 1 কোটি টাকা 1000 কোটি টাকা নিয়ে আসবে, 10,000 কোটি টাকা নিয়ে আসবে, $1 বিলিয়ন নিয়ে আসবে, তখন সে প্রথমেই চিন্তা করবে আমি $1 বিলিয়ন নিয়ে কোথায় যাচ্ছি, সেখানে ব্যবস্থা আছে। কেউ তার আপনি আপনার 1 লাখ টাকা কি যেখানে সেখানে ইনভেস্ট করেন? তাহলে আপনি যদি আপনার 1 লাখ টাকা যেখানে সেখানে ইনভেস্ট না করেন, উনি বিলিয়ন ডলার কিভাবে সে বাংলাদেশে আপনার দেশে আসবে? আমরা একটা এনভায়রনমেন্ট তাদেরকে দিতে হবে, একটা পরিবেশ দিতে হবে যে আপনারা আসুন, আপনাদের ডিসপুট থাকবে, বিরোধ থাকবে, বিরোধ ছাড়া প্রবলেম, কিন্তু এটা ইফেক্টিভ এবং স্পিডি এবং দ্রুত একটা নিষ্পত্তি, এটাই উদ্যোগ। সেটার একটাই মেকানিজম এখন দেখা যাচ্ছে যে আমাদের যে প্রচলিত বিচার ব্যবস্থা, এটা দীর্ঘসূত্রিতা, এটা শুরু হবে, এটা শেষ করতে হবে আমরা নিজেরা জানি। 20-30 বছর চলে যাচ্ছে, শেষ হচ্ছে না, আমরা পারতেছি না। আর্বিট্রেশনও প্রায় সেটা কাছে চলে গেছে। এখন একটাই আমি দেখতেছি, সেটা হলো আমাদের যেটা, সেজন্য গোস্বামী সাহেব বিশেষ ধন্যবাদ প্রাপ্ত সমাজ এই বাংলাদেশের জন্য উনি একটা হয়ে আসছে, আমি বলে অবতার হয়ে আসছে। উনি যে সবাইকে আমাদেরকে উদ্বুদ্ধ করতেছে, আমাদেরকে প্রশিক্ষণ দিচ্ছে, আমাদেরকে মেডিয়েটর হওয়ার জন্য বলতেছে। অন্তত ওনার কথার মাধ্যমে উনি এতগুলো বিদেশি মেহমানকে নিয়ে আসছে বিদেশ থেকে আপনাদের ট্রেনিং দেওয়ার জন্য, এটার মাধ্যমে উনি একটা বাংলাদেশকে অনেক দূর এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাচ্ছে। আমরা ওনাকে সাপোর্ট করবো সেই ব্যাপারে। আমরা ওনার এই যে কর্মপ্রচেষ্টা সেটা কিভাবে করতে পারি, আমরা বেশি বেশি মেডিয়েটর প্রশিক্ষণ গ্রহণ করবো, ওনার কাছে আসবো এবং আরো প্রশিক্ষণ হওয়ার জন্য অন্যদেরকে উদ্বুদ্ধ করবো। আশা করি এর মাধ্যমে আমরা আমি আর সময় নিব না, আমরা আমাদের চিফ গেস্ট বলবে। আমি আমার এই সংক্ষিপ্ত আবারও আপনাদেরকে যারা আজকে মেডিয়েটর হবেন অভিনন্দন। আপনারা বাংলাদেশের বিভিন্ন সেক্টরে আপনাদের দক্ষতা, সততা, ন্যায়নিষ্ঠার মাধ্যমে বাংলাদেশকে একটা সুন্দর বিরোধ মুক্ত বাংলাদেশ হিসাবে গড়ে তোলার জন্য সবাইকে আহ্বান জানিয়ে আজকে আমার বক্তব্য ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you so much, sir. Probably I could just say khub bhalo. Now the moment we all have been waiting for, the address by our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Burhanuddin sir, Acting Chief Justice of Bangladesh. Over to you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum and very good evening. Shubho Shandha. প্রথমে অভিনন্দন জানাই তাদেরকে যারা অ্যাগ্রিগেটেড মেডিয়েটরস হিসেবে আজকে থেকে যাত্রা শুরু করলেন, আপনাদেরকে অভিনন্দন। Honorable Justice Justice Mr. Ahmed Suri and Professor Virgil, who came all the way from Spain. I congratulate you, and other dignitaries who came from abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today with a deep sense of honor and purpose to shed light on a matter of great significance in Bangladesh, which is the absence of a modern dispute resolution system through mediation. In the heart of Southeast Asia, Bangladesh, with its population of 170 million, faces a formidable challenge in the form of a staggering 3.5 million litigations pending in our courts. Although there are rules governing dispute resolution in civil cases and family matters, a system of dispute resolution through mediation does not yet exist in Bangladesh. The need for an alternative, a modern system of dispute resolution has become paramount. It brings the people and their right information to the table, identifies and focuses on what truly matters to the parties, facilitates communication, helps reassess risks, reveals relationship, and leaves ownership of the problem and settlement with the parties. Mediation, as a popular form of alternative dispute resolution, involves an independent mediator assisting opposing parties in settling their disputes or differences without resorting to court. Some court guidelines even mandate voluntary or compulsory mediation, especially in family matters. The mediator's impartiality is crucial, and it is beneficial if they have met with each individual confidentially before the mediation meeting. Legal provisions such as Section 89 of the Code of Civil Procedure empowers courts to order parties to participate in mediation. Section 89C confirms the possibility mediation at the appellate stage. Mediation is not a new concept in Bangladesh, as evidenced by its introduction in the Family Courts Ordinance 1985 and recognition in various other acts like the Village Court Act 2006, Orthorin Adalat Act 2003, Arbitration Act 2001, and Labor Act 2006. It is in a significant development. The Supreme Court's Judicial Reform Committee issued a set of comprehensive guidelines on mediation in August 2021, which stresses on the use of mediation. This indicates that Bangladesh is getting prepared to enter the domain of wider use of mediation. However, very few disputants are encouraged to participate in mediation. Recent studies highlight mediation as a powerful tool, especially for settling cross-border disputes. Its ability to consider stakeholders' needs, reach legal dissimilarities between countries, and respect social values and culture makes it an ideal choice. As we move forward, I firmly believe that it the duty of the state to encourage the mediation process, which avails the opportunity to uphold the principles of justice, expedite the resolution of disputes, and pave the way for a harmonious and prosperous Bangladesh. I like to congratulate and also express my gratitude to Mr. S.N. Goswami, Senior Advocate of Bangladesh Supreme Court, for inviting me in this occasion. আমি আশা করব যারা আজকে মেডিয়েটর হিসাবে যাত্রা শুরু করলেন আপনারা এই ক্ষেত্রে একটা নতুন দিগন্তের সূচনা করবেন, যে কথা আমার আগে আমার বন্ধুবর্গ জাস্টিস আশরাফুল কামাল, জাস্টিস মুস্তফা জামান ইসলাম, জাস্টিস আহমদ শহীদ বলে গেলেন, আমাদের যে ব্যাকলগ কেসের এটা এভাবে শেষ হবে না। মেডিয়েশন এক্ষেত্রে একটা যুগান্তকারী পরিবর্তন আনতে পারবো বলে আমি বিশ্বাস করি এবং আমার দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস যে আপনারা এই পরিবর্তনে সবচাইতে সাহসী যোদ্ধা হিসাবে আবির্ভূত হবেন। ধন্যবাদ।
Thanks and gratitude for your words of wisdom and sharing your precious time with us, sir. As we near the conclusion of this ceremony, I would like to again express our sincere gratitude to all the distinguished guests for gracing us with their presence today. Your insights have definitely added immense value to this event. Before we move to the last segment, I would like to thank our participants, the stars of this program. We recommend each of you for your dedication throughout this training program, which has been commendable. You are now declared as accredited mediators from today on. Hearty congratulations. So without further ado, now I would like to hand over for the certificate distribution. Thank you.
Advocate Umayza Zaman. Advocate Muhammad Anisul Haq Imran. Advocate Umayza Zaman is taking this certification. Muhammad Anisul Haq Imran. Advocate Rabiul Islam. Advocate Wardi Zaman. Advocate Shirin Haq. Barrister Mir Muhammad Imran Hussain. Barrister Mir Muhammad Imran Hussain. K.M. Tipu Sultan. Advocate Lubna Yasmin.
অ্যাডভোকেট শেষার্দি ভৌমিক জয়া, শাহ মোহাম্মদ বাবর, রাশিদা চৌধুরী, তাসলিমা চৌধুরী, সোহেল পারভীন ইতি, সোহেলি পারভীন ইতি, নওশাদ ইফতেখার, সেলিনা আক্তার চৌধুরী, সালমা আহমেদ, মোহাম্মদ মাহবুবুল ইসলাম, ফাতেমা বেগম জিনা, তানজিলা লাবণ্য, আরফান সুলতানা, আরফান সুলতানা, আরিফুজ্জামান ভোর, তাসলিমা রশিদ, শামিমা নাসরিন,
and Barrister Nishat Rahman. Barrister Nishat Rahman.
মোসাম্মদ নাজমুল নাহার, মাহমুদা তাসমিম আখি, আমিনা আক্তার লাহি, নাহিদা সুলতান, আমিনা আক্তার লাহি নিচ্ছে নাহিদা সুলতান, সৈয়দা শাজিয়া শরীফ, আমিনা আজিজ আফরোজা, মোহাম্মদ হাসানুল হক মুন্না, সাজ্জাদ হোসেন, honorable judges, members of the court, chairman, president of Bangladesh International Mediation. We have finished. Congratulations for the training.